welcome to NOLA.com's Mardi Gras for all y'all, brought to you by New Orleans & Co. We are standing live on the LCMC stage. My name is Alex Martinez Wallace, and I am here with the one and only, the inimitable Doug McCash.
Well, thank you so much, Alex.
It's great to be here with you.
Very much so. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why do they call you Glitter Fingers?
So, I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and all the floats have on the bottom, I guess it's fringe. I didn't know the name of it. I called it Glitter Fingers, and it took off like wildfire. It lit up. And so now the people, they like it. They want it. They can't get enough of it.
Alex, from here on out, I'm calling them Glitter Fingers no matter what they're supposed to be.
That's exactly right. Thank you. I appreciate you, Doug. How's your day been so far? How's been your Mardi Gras season?
It has been wonderful. I've done it every which way. Been in a parade. Got to throw beads. Was a chaperone.
Ooh.
And tonight, and then watching parades, of course. And then tonight, announcing one. So
What parade did you ride with?
I ride with King Arthur,
Oh, wonderful.
and it's fun. Yeah,
It's a great parade.
and it was all different this year, of course. We got rained out on Sunday and rolled on a Tuesday night. So nighttime parade, very different for us.
Yes. What was that like?
It was beautiful. I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful night, and the lighting at night is just spectacular, of course.
Did they have to make any last-minute changes for the floats because it's at nighttime now? Like, were they like, oh, this is a new opportunity, we need to do something else with the floats, or how did that work?
Well, they needed to warn us, don't touch those lights, because the hot incandescent lights, if you're not looking for them, you don't want to rest your elbow on one.
I believe you.
And I think the other big change was that they streamlined the parades that evening so that there were no bands or marching groups.
Sure.
So it was like a freight train of floats, and
Okay.
you found yourself just scrambling to throw enough.
Sure.
So, yeah.
There were drive-by beatings. You had to, yeah, that's
right,
hard,
right,
because
right.
it was hustling.
Yes.
That's fun. How long have you been riding with King Arthur?
4 years, I think. Yeah.
Is that the first crew that you've ridden with? Like, is that your first?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the only crew that I've been a member of. And
Okay.
I walked in a couple of the small downtown crews before, which is wonderful.
Okay.
Great fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, King Arthur is my home parade.
That's great. I love King Arthur. I've always loved. I used to work at the restaurant Cooley's. I don't know if you remember it. It was on Britannia. It's like a breakfast restaurant, and I was there for a few years, and I always enjoyed, because it was breakfast. It gets out like around 1. Just being able to catch King Arthur. That's like one of my fondest memories of working there, is getting to catch King Arthur like just as it's passing every time. It's a really great parade. Sorry it got rained out. I'm glad you guys still got to do everything though. Like,
yeah, and
it would have been
boy,
worse.
halfway through Sunday when it was a cold rain outside, I think everybody in the crew was
Oh,
thankful that
no.
we weren't standing there.
No. Okay, so
Right.
we have a few different parades rolling tonight. We're going to begin with Hermes, which is right now it's on Magazine in Valmont. They got a little bit of a late start, but they're going to be pulling onto St. Charles shortly, onto Napoleon shortly, and then on St. Charles. And that's a crew that has been around for a long time. I believe started in 38 or 37. I maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I'm prone to making things up all the time. I get called on it, and sometimes I tell the truth and sometimes I lie.
In this case, you absolutely told the truth.
right? Woo! Off to a good start. Okay, yeah, so tell me, what do you know about Hermes?
Oh, golly. One of my favorite parades. The things to look for in Hermes are the beautiful, beautiful float designs.
Great.
This is by Manuel Ponce. And this evening, the Friday evening before Mardi Gras, is one of my very favorite nights. Maybe my favorite night.
Why is that?
Because of the float building. Both Hermes and d'Etat are going to be great floats.
Okay.
You'll agree when you see them.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and then Morpheus at the end. You know, you have another parade after you think you're done. You have another one.
So d'Etat is rolling second, y'all. It's a
Right.
very secretive parade. think they started in 96. I may have made that up, but I think they started in 96. It's a relatively new crew compared to Hermes.
Alex, you are on a roll.
I'm not bad.
You were correct once again. Once again.
No, I didn't do any. They said in my ear, you did your homework, and no, I somehow am magically knowing things. It's the hat. It's definitely,
that's good.
It's the hat.
It's good.
Yeah, and they're a very sort of secretive crew.
Secretive, wicked crew.
Yes.
They're founded by a dictator instead of a king,
that's
and
right.
and the dictator insists on audacity and wicked satire and
Love that.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
Yeah, it is.
And then Morpheus is also new. Did I make that up?
I don't know how new. Morpheus has been around for a while.
Okay.
And Morpheus is sort of a family parade. You know,
Okay.
lots of beads, lots of joy. My kids used to love it.
Okay.
You know, when they were kids.
Sure.
And 25th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Wow. So 1990, 20. Okay. Wow.
Oh, bud,
Re-
the arithmetic is all yours. You go ahead and do
Okay.
arithmetic.
There's I'm not known for my math. I shan't be doing. All I know is how to charge my phone, eat hot fry, and lie. Okay, I don't do
Alright.
math. It's not my thing. Look at this hat. Do I look like somebody who does math? Very cool. Something I like about this night that I've noticed for a long time. The throws with Hermes, they start off with tons of lit throws, tons of like light up head things with the wings and all that. Like
Yep.
I noticed tonight, even more than last night, the lit up throws are massive and plentiful. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that tonight. The sidewalk becomes a wash of glittering wonderment. We are
one of-
officially in the deepest of Gras right now.
Yeah. One of my favorite throws ever came from Hermes.
Go on.
And what it was you would catch a plastic bag, and in it were two sort of soft sculpture golden wings, like
Ooh.
Hermes would wear on his feet, right?
Yeah.
And they had holes on one side. And for a minute, it was like, what are these things?
I don't know.
But then
Yes.
it dawned on you, you could lace them onto your tennis shoes and have your own golden wings. And I love them. Yeah.
That's a great
yeah.
throw.
And I wore
Ooh.
them playing in a softball league until one of the umpires said, you know, that could be a distraction and you could be
Ooh.
penalized. So I needed to take off my Hermes.
Yeah, it gives you a huge advantage there.
Oh, yeah.
Wild.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. You play softball, you
I
said.
do indeed. I do.
How long
indeed.
you been doing that?
100 years, more or less.
Who do you play for? What's the team?
I play in City Park. There's a couple of evening leagues, and then I play in a Sunday league also.
Wow.
And man, I could bore you to death. So be careful. Don't ask me questions about that.
All right. Well, I could talk about it because I'm terrible at sports, and so the questions I would ask you I think would be wildly unconventional. But rather than that, we'll go on a break. So stick around, y'all. We're going to be back after a short commercial break, and thank you for joining us. We'll see y'all soon.
Farmers are always there for each other. We shed tears together, we celebrate together, but we also grow together. Farm Bureau is the largest general farm organization in the country. We have the farmers' back. If you're a farmer and you're not a member, we would welcome you into our Farm Bureau family. And if you want to know more about agriculture, come be part of this great family.
At Tulane Doctors, we know your health can't wait.
So we made booking appointments easier than ever.
Just dial 988-5000 to book with any physician, any specialty.
Whether at East Jefferson General Hospital or one of our other locations.
Because your health is our top priority.
And because navigating healthcare should be simple,
Personal.
Accessible.
When you see the shield, you'll know.
The future of medicine is here.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
A big thanks to New Orleans & Company, the team that invites the world to experience our music, food, and culture while supporting the people who make New Orleans special. Start planning your trip at neworleans.com.
Son of a Saint and Crew of Ferret have shared a commitment to uplifting young men through the magic of Mardi Gras since 2011. This year, they've joined forces once again to unveil the first ever Son of a Saint Super Float. Son of a Saint thanks its supporters, the city of New Orleans, and of course the Crew of Ferret for making these dreams a reality. To learn more or get involved, visit sonofasaint.org.
Everyone knows Mardi Gras is a marathon, not a sprint. Long days on your feet, long walks along the route can either be a breeze or a battle. That's why Orleans Shoe Co. carries Hoka, On Running, Oncept, Birkenstock, and more to keep you stylish and comfortable. Visit one of their 4 locations in New Orleans or shop online at orleansshoes.com.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
For over 30 years, the Louisiana Lottery Corporation has delivered on its mission to maximize state revenue. Last fiscal year was our second best ever, transferring more than $205 million to the state to benefit K-12 public education in Louisiana. Lottery customers can expect even more great games, better technology-based solutions, and experiences like second chance promotions, brand alliances, and prize-winning opportunities as we head into the new year. Recognized as leading one of the most fiscally efficient lotteries in the nation, the Louisiana Lottery is proud of our mission-driven, innovative workforce, as well as our 2,800 Louisiana businesses that sell our games and enthusiastically serve our players. The future is bright at the Louisiana Lottery, and this gives us a reason to smile in 2025.
As Mardi Gras kicks into high gear, LCMC Health is proud to continue its partnership with the City of New Orleans Health Department, providing first aid stations along the parade route. Our commitment to extraordinary care during carnival season and every season helps ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all. If serious medical attention is needed, don't hesitate to call 911 or visit the nearest hospital. At LCMC Health, we're committed to keeping you well and keeping the celebration safe and fun for everyone.
All right. So, if folks don't know, Doug is a columnist for The Advocate. How long have you been doing
Yeah.
that for?
I have been working for the Times-Picayune for 25 years.
Wow.
1999, maybe even a little longer. And of course, then it became the New Orleans Advocate, and then it's the Times-Picayune again. So,
okay.
yeah, so that's the source of that confusion. And yeah, it's been a wonderful job. I love it. Carnival is part of my beat. I started off writing about art, and Carnival is certainly that.
That's true. And you wrote a book, I think, yes?
Yeah, I wrote a book about the history of Mardi Gras beads.
Tell me about that.
Oh my goodness! Thanks for asking. LSU Press was doing a series of books about the symbols of Louisiana. And they asked would I write about Mardi Gras beads, and I said certainly, not knowing what an interesting story it really was.
I bet.
And so I did, and learned a great deal. And it's a great story of how this. It's one of the great symbols of our city. I mean, if you show a plastic bead necklace to many people, they'll identify that with New Orleans for
Yeah,
sure.
you're right.
And yet that symbol has never come from closer than 5,000 miles away. And that alone is an interesting place to start.
Yes. When was the transition away from glass beads to the beads that we are more familiar with now? When did that take place?
A little earlier than I thought. Late 1950s. And here's how you know. Because there's an ad in the newspaper by a bead seller, okay, and he advertises that these are not plastic, which tells you plastic had come onto the scene, and that was in the late 50s. Yeah.
And I have to imagine at the beginning, people were just sick to death of glass beads, and they were like, "Oh, these new shiny beads must have been like, whoa!" And now people are eager and like bewildered, and they want the glass beads again.
Boy, they certainly do. My wife throws nothing but glass beads.
Wow.
And you can see people stop, look at what they've caught, and then thank her as she passes by. It's really a thrill.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Are glass beads hard to get? Are they how does one get glass beads to throw? Like, who makes them?
Well, they're made in India typically right now,
Okay.
and they sell them at the places that you buy beads. And you buy a cardboard box filled with them. And interestingly, just this last year, someone was selling some antique Mardi Gras memorabilia, and I bought an old cardboard carton of the old glass beads that came from Czechoslovakia.
Wow.
Yeah, very cool. I was really thrilled. Well, nothing's changed. It's more or less the same thing.
That's wild. Has there been bead development in the last, let's say, decade that we should be aware of? Like, oh, this has been a big transition that you noticed anyway. Like,
yeah, I think in the last 15 years, lighted beads.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Has been a big thing.
Yeah.
And the people who sell beads might tell you that these days, what people want is that big pizzazz bead, not a bunch of little ones.
Sure.
And so those are the popular thing right now, and I think that's been the change. And I think you mentioned earlier about watching Hermes come down the street, and you see the sparks.
I guess LEDs really changed everything. Like, that's, even Christmas lights and everything has become like so much more accessible and cheaper to have and make and all that. So I can totally see how in the last 15 years, light up throws have become all the rage. And they definitely certainly have. That's really cool. What's the name of the book?
Mardi Gras Beads.
Mardi Gras Beads.
Yeah, it's that simple.
All right.
And it's a small book, and I think you'll get a kick out of it. Really, it's things I never expected.
Where can people find that book?
Regular bookstores, and if not there, online, you can get it at LSU Press. Yeah.
You heard it.
Yeah.
You don't want to miss it. Mardi Gras Beads, written by Doug McCash. Get that book before next Mardi Gras or before this Mardi Gras ends, so you can be up to date with the things that you are catching.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you.
So Hermes has made the turn onto Napoleon, which means that it is now only a bazillion miles that way. And it should be here in 1,000 years. So we're going to be here for a long time, y'all, and I'm so happy that we get to be here with you. for these great parades tonight. It's going to be a beautiful long night. The weather is perfect. We were talking before a few days ago. It was like a little chilly. Before that, it was snowing, and it's perfect tonight. Like, this is 62 degrees. This is the weather that people pine for. And so it couldn't be better circumstances to be out. Y'all, if there is still room on these streets, by the way, I don't know where you are watching the parades tonight, but if you would like to be around here, please come by. We're on St. Charles, right off of Harmony Circle. There's plenty of room. Like, come down, and I'll wave to you, potentially. You may be on the camera. You never know. Look, there's plenty of room. Y'all squeeze on in. You also, besides riding, you were with a few walking crews. I saw in the comments you were with the Rolling Elvi once. Is that?
Yeah, I got to ride with the Rolling Elvi, which was a thrill.
It's a thrill.
Yeah.
Easier than walking.
Yes and no.
Oh.
You have to control that beast, you know.
Yes. I bet it's a wild, truly wild thing.
It was a thrill. It was wonderful.
That's really cool.
Everybody dressed as Evel Knievel that year, and yeah.
Which his costume is not too dissimilar from Elvis's.
No, it was a small distinction.
Yeah,
for sure.
that's perfect crossover.
Yeah,
and then what other walking crews?
Years and years ago, I walked with Crew de Vue.
Wow.
So long ago that my crew satirized the demolition of Rivergate. Do you remember the old modern convention hall, I guess?
Yeah.
Ooh, golly, had to be 90, something like that.
That was before I was here.
Yeah, like your hat. I actually remember things like this. Your 1970s hat.
Y'all, my hat that I'm wearing, believe it or not, it's not a hat, it's a mask. It's a ski mask from the 70s. This is vintage, way back in the day. You can tell there's eyes there and a mouth there. Back in the 70s, Doug will tell you, he was like, oh yeah, I practically had a ski mask just like that, he said when the cameras were off, obviously. And y'all, people used to wear these to go skiing with, these knitted ski masks. But I wear it like this now because the mask is terrifying.
Well, and part of the story is that when Alex mentioned the 1970s and his 1970s ski mask, he talked about it with the same tone that you would talk about finding something in an Egyptian tomb, as if it were, you know, thousands of years ago. And I needed to tell him that I remember a lot of the 70s pretty well.
He practically accused me of stealing it from him, from his home closet. No. I got it at a thrift shop. Actually, my mother found it at a thrift shop, and then I stole it from her. Yeah. No, I simply had to have it. Look at it. For Mardi Gras,
absolutely.
my gosh.
Somebody had to have it.
Yeah, sure. Some things just scream Mardi Gras. You should wear that for Mardi Gras, and this is one of the things. Yeah, we were talking in another parade stream. We were talking about how New Orleanians many have like a section in their house dedicated to just costuming. Do you have a costume section in your closet or in your home where you're like, oh?
You know, I don't.
Okay.
I have my share of glittery things on the mantelpiece and whatnot, but no, we don't have our kind of Mardi Gras room the way you sometimes see them. And I love that. When I go into people's houses, yeah. And you go into their room with their, you know, their Muses shoes and their banners and their this and that, you know.
Yeah.
But not yet.
I used to house sit for somebody that was with the crew of Red Bean, and they had a room dedicated to making things. And I was like, wow, this is wild.
Yeah.
I've like a whole room. That's something that people outside of New Orleans would have no concept of. Like having a room dedicated to a holiday that doesn't even exist where they are. Genuinely wild.
It is true. It is true.
Yeah.
I wonder sometimes when I post things on social media that I take for granted.
Right.
You know, here's this thing that's going on. I wonder what my cousins in the Midwest, you know, how, right.
Everywhere else is just pride. They just said, right, yeah.
But
right.
you know, they must wonder what goes on. What goes on down there?
I don't know. or they just like blank it out because it's like, oh, it looks like it's too much fun. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in probably bad weather.
In February,
In
sure.
February. Oh, I used to live in Massachusetts, and I got to be honest, February had nothing going for it at all. Like the flowers didn't start blooming until like April. March barely had anything going for it.
Sure.
Coming to New Orleans has been a completely different experience. Did you always live here?
No, I come from St. Louis. I
Okay.
came down here early. I came when I was 22, so about 85 years ago. No, but yeah.
What brought you down initially?
Because in my imagination, coming to New Orleans was like coming to Paris.
Sure.
I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be a bohemian,
Yes.
and this place delivered. This
Yeah.
place delivered.
Did you come down to visit and stay, or did you come down? You were just like, no, I'm moving. How did that go?
Family friends took me with them when they visited relatives in Homa, and we spent a couple of days in New Orleans, and that just stuck in my imagination as, like I said, that was to me the place that one went if you wanted to live out your eccentricities, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
That, like Greenwich Village, all like
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
Sure.
And
I know a
Yeah.
lot of people who have come to New Orleans with a two-way ticket to visit, and they don't use the return. They're like, no, I have to stay. Like, the city genuinely speaks to some people that end up calling it their home just on a whim like that. And I didn't know if you were one of those, but no, they were a little bit though. You came for a visit, and then you immediately were like, no, that's where I got to be.
yeah, I wanted it to be that, so I met it halfway right away.
What
and-
was
and
your
loved
artistic
it.
outlet at the time that
Oh,
you
I
were?
was a painter, and I'm a failed artist, and
Brutal.
And but I just wanted to live that life. I wanted to. I got an apartment in the French Quarter and did that thing. So I'm one of those people, and I warn people because it tickles me when somebody says, "Oh yeah, I moved here a year ago, but." It's only temporary. We're fixing to move any day now. I'm like, sure you are.
Sure. Yeah, I bet. And I know a lot of people who move out of New Orleans, and they come back.
Yeah.
It's hard.
That's true. Yeah.
There's a great many dysfunctional aspects of the city, but gosh, it just gets its hooks in you somehow. And even though there's other parts of the country that function more efficiently, there's something about the city, and I think it's the people. I think it's the community and the people that live here. To me, that's what has its hooks in me anyway. The artists and the musicians and everyone like that. It really, and the way that they all take care of each other when crap hits the fan. I've never seen people come together like they do here.
We've had a couple of opportunities to
Haven't
come together as a city and lived up, which is great.
And
which is
lived
terrific.
up.
Yeah.
Genuine.
My only problem is perception. Since I haven't lived anyplace else, I don't know what is particular to this place and the people here. But I feel as though it's different. I feel as though it really is.
And people who visit here will tell you it absolutely is.
Yeah.
I get to talk to a lot of different people. I give kayak tours in a swamp, and part of the joy
Cool.
of it, it's a really cool gig. Part of the joy, it's New Orleans Kayak Company. Y'all look it up and request me, Alex Martinez Wallace. I'll give you a kayak tour in the swamp. It's haunted. But anyway, one of the best parts is meeting people and talking to people and getting their perspective of the city and people from all around the world and what it compares to with other parts of the world and other parts of the country. And the regular report is there's no place like it.
That's nice.
It
I
is
hear it myself.
Do you still get to paint at all? Or
Yeah, I
Oh.
still draw and all that stuff. Thank you for asking.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Yeah. It's between me and me mostly.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I love it still.
What do you mean mostly? Do you have any?
Once in a while, the newspaper lets me do an illustration, which is great. It's big fun for me.
How cool.
Yeah, having an illustration in the paper is probably the biggest audience for my art ever.
How cool.
You know, yeah, that's really cool. But I want to hear about going out in the swamps. Where do you go?
We go to the Manchac Swamp,
Uh-huh.
which is, so Lake Pontchartrain is like a big lemon, and on the left nipple of the lemon, there's a strip of swamp in between Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas. And so it's about 200 square mile of swamp, and that's where we bring people. And it's gorgeous, and it's supposedly the most haunted swamp in Louisiana.
Do you have any reason to believe it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
No, I mean, all swamps are scary. But we go out in the day. Going out there at night would be a horse of a different color, of course. And then also, evidently, the story of the Rougarou originated from that swamp.
Wow.
Yeah, Cajuns who settled there found that there was something at night in that swamp that would occasionally kill them. And they brought with them from French culture the concept of the loup-garou, and those words evolved to Rougarou, and so that's where it supposedly happens. And there still is occasional sightings of a bipedal something in that swamp. In a lot of swamps, the Honey Island swamp monster, same, you know, and then throughout Florida, they have the skunk ape and all that. And I've seen some things that I can't for sure say what it is. So I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, I want to hear. What have you seen?
So, couple things. There was one time I was paddling, and there were a few kayakers ahead of me, and there's a great big cypress tree, and this is kind of near the highway, which was shocking. And in the tree was a scream, and it sounded like a very sort of human kind of scream. And then I saw something fall out of the tree and make its way through the swamp, like it moved things aside. And I caught up to the kayakers that were ahead of me, and I said, yo, what was that? Because they got a better look. And the woman goes, it was two monkeys fighting in a tree. And I said, no, baby, no. That happened sort of towards the middle of my doing all this. The very first thing that happened, though, it was 2 months into me being a tour guide out there. I normally talk about the trees, I talk about nature, all that. And somebody on the tour goes, man, the swamp is just like a jungle, isn't it? And I said, no, not. Well, actually, I don't know. What do you mean? How do you mean it's like a jungle? He goes, nah, man, y'all got snakes and gators and primates and vines and bugs and birds. Like, it's a jungle. And so I paddled for a while, and eventually I stopped, and I turned around. I said, bruh, what do you mean we have primates? What does that mean? I'll bite. What does that mean? And he said, well, we took a turn back there, and there was two primates watching everyone from a tree. And I said, bruh, you know what I bet that was? Bet it was raccoons. Because we have raccoons, and they be climbing trees, you know, and so that's a mistake you could make. And he goes, brother, these are the size of you. And I said, bro, you know what I bet it was? I bet it was bears. We have bears. We have black bears. They climb trees. They have eyes to look. It's probably what you saw. And he goes, brother, I'm from North Texas. I know what a bear looks like. He's had hands. And I said, damn you, sir. Let's all go back. And I made the whole tour, turn around, and we went looking. And so I don't know. There's been a few things like that. There was to me, the noise of the swamp at this point is kind of like white noise because I'm out there so often. I don't even hear it. And a woman on a tour said, oh, I didn't know you had howler monkeys in the swamp. And I said, baby, we don't have anything like that. And she goes, no, you do. I heard them. I lived in South America for a long time. You have howler monkeys in the swamp. I said, baby, no. I don't think so, babe. Nah. So I don't know. I'm in team until I shake its hands. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe there's sightings every year, y'all. If you want to hear more, get a kayak tour with me. I'll tell you all about it. I'll show you where I saw it.
I want to go.
Please
I
do.
definitely want to go.
Okay, so let's talk about the parade Hermes. Enough about Sasquatch. Let's talk about Hermes. So the theme this year is Visions of Joan d'Arc. Joan of Arc. All right. The cruise size, it's 900 riders, 35 floats. This is a proper large parade, y'all. There's going to be Hermes making grocery packages, which is going to be jambalaya mix and grits, purple grits, not just any kind of grits, purple grits, popcorn. There's going to be a wand with a foot on it, which is the Hermes foot with the wings, capes and various wings and gloves, all kinds of the head wings I was telling you about that light up, gorgeous. So the theme again, visions of Joan d'Arc. And so some of the titles are going to be Joan dreams of French triumph, and Saint Michael the Archangel appears, and the Maid of Orleans, and other such things. So they're going to be beautiful, as Doug was talking about. We're going to see some really beautiful floats tonight. And there's going to be various well-known marching bands. St. Augustine's going to be marching tonight. And they're going to be, the captain is going to lead a full procession, regalia on a white horse. So we are in for a real treat, y'all. We'll talk more about it when we come back from a short break. So don't go anywhere. Myself and Doug are going to be with you tonight. And we're happy to be here, so don't leave, y'all. We'll be right back after these short messages.
Today, we're in the super secret uptown den of the crew of Hermes with their spokesman, Lara DeMosse. This is a beautiful parade, man. I've been looking at the floats. Tell me about it. What's the theme?
Thank you, Arthur. This year's theme is Joan of Arc. So
wow.
We're celebrating everything Joan.
Beautiful. How many floats?
We have 35 floats. We're going to ride about 900 riders.
Wow. Biggest ever, huh?
And including, we're working with the crew of Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
And before the Maid of Orleans float, we're going to have a contingent of 50 to 100 of their costumed marchers leading the float.
Yeah, we normally see them on 12th night on January 6th in the French Quarter. That's terrific. This parade has grown so much, and it's such a beautiful parade. Other than good leadership, what do you attribute the growth of Hermes through the years? I mean, it's a big parade and a good one too.
I think Captain Jimmy Coleman back in the day got us on the right path, and we're blessed with a wonderful crew that's really dedicated to kind of the community and pursuing New Orleans. And I think that's really kind of what we're about. And I think that what draws plenty of members to us.
And you have a big membership, and you have an incredible amount of throws. We just have a few things set up here. I think my favorite so far, Hermes was the crew that introduced neon to Mardi Gras in 1937, its first parade. This is neon. I mean, it looks like neon, doesn't it?
It looks like neon. Who knows what it's actually made of?
Yeah. It's so cool, and this just blows me away. What exactly is this?
It's a light-up cape, and I can tell you both my daughters would fight you for the neon cape. But that is probably our most popular throw.
Yeah. And you actually throw these?
We do. Each member has a handful of them.
Wow. This has to be the most expensive throw.
It probably is.
Just hand out $50 bills. Huh?
Yeah, it's probably about what it costs.
This is just wonderful. Yeah. I know you have fun. I know you spread joy. But I also know there's a philanthropic side to your parade. You started a foundation, I don't know, 2013 or something. Tell us a little bit about Hermes Beyond the Parade.
It's the Hermes Beyond the Parade Foundation.
Okay, tell me about it.
And back in 1937, when Hermes was started, it was started by a group of business leaders that were trying to bring commerce to the city of New Orleans, I guess, about the Depression time. So we've always had a community kind of mindset of everything that we do. And so back in 2013, we formed a foundation of Hermes members and started raising money. And we've been doing it, I guess we're on the 12th year now. Everything we do is to benefit first responders. We have provided grants to New Orleans Police, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, EMS, New Orleans Fire Department. We donate about $100,000 a year and have over the time of it, the time period of the foundation. We've funded everything from the horse breeding program for NOPD. We've done active shooter kits for EMS and the fire department. We bought several apprehension animals for NOPD.
No kidding.
A drug dog for Jefferson Parish. We've also recently bought several motos kind of a four-wheel
Like an ATM thing.
Yes, for the first one was for the 8th District, which allows them to get to a crisis quickly.
Sure.
Which is prominently displayed on January 1st. Every time you saw the Hermes motto in there. We've also brought one for Special Operations Division, and the superintendent this year will be using one for Mardi Gras that we fully funded.
Incredible. So it's about more than just fun, but you do have a lot of fun, don't you?
We do have a lot of fun.
Well, we will be there to see the parade, and congratulations for all that Hermes does, not just for Mardi Gras, but for the community.
Thank you very much. Happy Mardi Gras, everyone.
I excite, I unite, I flaunt, I haunt, I make stomachs growl and horns high. I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I put your worries to bed and keep you up at night. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Hi, I'm Jenny Painter. I am a patient navigator in the emergency department. The atmosphere of Mardi Gras, being with families, friends, making new friends, having fun and happiness, to me, that's what Mardi Gras is every year. I love to ride. I have ridden a few times, but I also like it when I have family members, like the next generation is in the ball. But if you were to ask my husband, he prefers being on the street with the parade. I've been fortunate to have been able to be a queen of 2 Mardi Gras balls. And in one of those, I didn't realize until the night of the parade that the person on the King's float was my father. So that's one of my most precious, precious memories of Mardi Gras. I have a lot, but that's my favorite one.
I'm Cheryl Landrew.
And I'm Walter Isaacson.
And we would like to invite you to the New Orleans Book Festival at Tulane University.
The festival includes conversations and panels with best-selling authors and thinkers on a wide variety of topics.
This free 3-day gathering celebrates the rich literary history of one of the most storied cities in America, with authors coming from around the world.
Visit bookfest.tulane.edu for more information.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
No city is built to host like New Orleans, and New Orleans & Company is here to help. From world-class conferences to intimate business meetings, they make it easy to plan your meeting or event in a city that knows hospitality. Start planning at neworleans.com.
Thank you to the 2025 NOLA.com Mardi Gras Parade Camp sponsor, Tulane Doctors. Whether you need a checkup or a new treatment, Tulane Doctors are dedicated to making healthcare simple, personal, and accessible for our community. For trusted expert care, call 504-988-5000 to schedule an appointment with any Tulane doctor today.
Get ready for Festival International de Louisiane, April 23rd through 27th in downtown Lafayette. Experience 5 days of world-class music, culture, and art with hundreds of performers from 15 countries lighting up 7 stages across the city. Want the ultimate festival experience? Download the Festival Insider's Guide for itineraries, local tips, and must-see events. Plan your trip now. Download the Festival International Insider's Guide today.
Farm Bureau is the trusted voice of agriculture and the leading grassroots membership organization advocating for all farmers ranchers, and rural communities, bringing together members at the county, state, and national levels to support one another and give back to our communities.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
Parade health tips from LCMC Health. Moderation is key. Try to limit your alcohol intake and drink water in between alcoholic beverages. Consider smaller portions of the foods you love during Mardi Gras. Take your time. Stay hydrated. A good rule of thumb is to drink water in between each alcoholic beverage to make sure that you're staying hydrated and to cut back on the amount of alcohol consumed. Choose a beverage that includes some water, such as club soda, seltzer, or mineral water, or blended beverages with ice. Yo, you are watching NOLA.com's Mardi Gras for all y'all. Brought to you by New Orleans & Co. We are coming to you live from the LCMC stage. My name is Alex Martinez Wallace, and we are joined by the inimitable, the one and only, Doug McCash.
Thank you.
Doug, you were saying that you have information about Hermes.
Yes, there is something immeasurably cool that's going to happen tonight.
I can't wait.
And it requires a little backstory.
Go on.
Joan of Arc,
Yes.
the 15th century teenage warrior woman,
Yes.
was born on January 6th, which
Yes.
coincidentally is the first day of Carnival every year. So in 2008, people formed a parade in honor of Joan of Arc.
Right.
And it parades through the French Quarter. It's a foot parade, and I love it.
I love the
couldn't
parade.
love it
Yeah.
more. It's a mixture of reverence and irreverence, and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
So this year was a touch grim, but particularly special for the parade because it was the first major event in the French Quarter.
Sure.
After the terror attack on January 1st.
Yep.
And the paraders, carried on.
Great.
So somewhere in there, when Hermes realized that their theme this year about Joan of Arc, Visions of Joan of Arc, echoed the Joan of Arc parade, they invited the Joan of Arc parade to join Hermes this year. So we're going to see, and I think it's around Float 33, we're going to see a contingent of 80 members of the downtown Joan of Arc parade, and I just think that is a magical moment.
I hope they bring the castle.
Me too, exactly. The dragon.
Yeah.
Bring the dragon. But I just love that Hermes reached out and
That's
invited
really
them
cool.
to be a part. So
Y'all, if you have not seen the Joan of Arc parade, which happens on January 6th, it's a really cool thing to see. It's like you said, it's a smaller parade. It goes through the French Quarter, so it kind of has to be small. There's a sort of image, I think, in the culture of the United States of these like floats going through the French Quarter, but it doesn't really happen. All the parades that, if you're not from New Orleans, this might be news to you, so that's why I'm bringing it to you. All these big parades that we see on NOLA.com, they ain't going to go through the quarter because those floats are too big. But the first parade of the season is officially Joan of Arc. So having them here, it's going to be really cool to be able to show it to you all. It's a really cool parade.
Yep.
That's really awesome.
You'll be able to see a portion of it anyway. So
Joan of Arc, there's a few great plays about Joan of Arc that I got to sort of read and study in college. She's a really cool figure. I love that New Orleans so associates with Joan of Arc. I think it's a magical historical figure. And the city has a lot of sort of magical historical elements to it that I think separate it and its history from other parts of the country. The way that magic is sort of integrated into the city. Ghosts, we were just talking about ghosts and the loup-garou and the rougarou and vampires and this and that. Do you have any ghost experiences?
I wish I had ghost experiences,
have
and
any?
I have not. I mean, I'm prepared to see a ghost I'm certainly afraid of ghosts and all that, but no, I never really have.
I've had one.
Let me hear.
Okay. I was doing a show at Le Petit Theater.
Uh-huh.
This is before it had the new restaurant in it. And so we were doing a show in the small theater, and it went very late. And it was myself, the director, and the box office manager at the time, and we were the only ones left. And we were shutting out all the lights and closing things up. And as we were about to leave from upstairs, it sounded like 30 people all at once were jumping. You could see the ceiling moving, boom, boom, boom. And evidently, like the lobby right upstairs, there's a room called the library, which is supposedly the most haunted room in that building for whatever reason. It's I've heard stories of people going into it and they touch the doorknob and it's ice cold or it's hot, or coming or leaving that room, they feel pushed, they get pushed, things like that. And so there was an experience that was ghostly, and we kind of all just looked up and looked at each other and then left. So I don't know.
Well, I would welcome it. I you know, at least until the lights go down, I'm prepared.
Yes.
After the lights go down, I'm not so much, but you know.
Sure. Yes. No, it's spooky. What about vampires? Any interaction with vampires in the city?
Not that I know of. Not that I know
Not
of.
you know of. You never know. Unbeknownst to knows.
You certainly.
They live amongst us.
Yes.
After all.
Yes.
On TikTok, y'all, there's like New Orleans vampire TikTok. You should go check it out. People have experiences, and there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And if you have had any ghostly or paranormal experiences in New Orleans, talk about it in the comments. I would love to read about it. And I'd love to hear about it and share it with everyone else, because there is some spooky stuff. The veil is thin in New Orleans. That's my theory. The veil to the next world. Magic potentially works in New Orleans. I don't know, y'all. Maybe. There's Sasquatch, all right? So who knows? It's a magic city, y'all.
When novelist Anne Rice died,
yes,
there was a second line for her.
Yes.
And it tickled me because in addition to the reverence, half of the people in the parade were dressed in vampire gear, and so it was wonderful. A very New Orleans experience.
It's so cool. She really defined what vampires are in a way that prior to her, they were kind of all very like bloodthirsty monsters that were like uncontrolled, like wild animals. And then she added this element of refinement and a whole like culture to the vampire lore. She did amazing work for vampires and New Orleans. She did great. It was really cool.
Arriving at a book signing in a casket. Nice touches.
She did that?
Yes.
I
know.
She was cool.
Yes.
I love that. I'm hearing that Hermes is now at St. Charles and Louisiana, so it got a little bit of a late start, but it is trucking. We are going to take a small break. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk about more paranormal stuff, maybe. And we'll see you soon after these short messages.
Jody, you've been a lifetime member of this wonderful organization. What makes it so special? I mean, I've got my own thoughts, but you tell me as a spokesman for the club.
Well, I think it's something that we started from the ground up, and back in 1996 it started, and just the fact that it's grown so much and took off and has been accepted by the community, that's kind of what makes it special is that everybody looks forward to Coup d'etat Friday.
Yeah, and you're known for your satire, and I have to tell everybody, I like to think of you as an equal opportunity offender. I mean, you all slap everybody, don't you? Right, left, it doesn't matter.
That's correct. Nothing's off limits for us. We let the material write itself, and usually in New Orleans, that takes care of most of our work for us.
Can you give us a little hint of some of the things we'll see in the parade?
This year, we'll see the mayor once again.
Really?
The Sewage and Water Board makes a repeat appearance, and then you'll have a lot of national and local politics as well.
As always.
As always.
And you have Flambeau.
We do have Flambeau. We actually own all of our own Flambeau, and we have our Keeper of the Flame who takes care of them year-round and make sure that they all work and get them out on the street.
And tell me about that wild and wicked Dancing Dollins.
The Dancing Dollins group is a dancing crew. Within the crew, it's all members of the organization that don't ride on floats, that would prefer to walk the route. And they come up with their own theme to match some float out of the regular parade. They get their own costumes, they get their own dance moves, and they entertain on the streets almost as well as we entertain on the floats.
And they hand out the Gazette, right?
Yes, we've got our own bulletin that we've been running for a number of years that gets handed out at the beginning of the parade, and I believe the Dancing Dollins also have them.
Well, speaking of special things, you have special signature floats that are kind of unique, huh?
We do. We have several. The Dictator's Navy.
And that's what you call your king, the dictator.
Right? The king is the dictator. Right. And his identity is never shown.
Correct.
Or revealed. So we have the Dictator's Navy. We've got the High Priest float. We've got the Candy Wagon, and we've got the Banana Wagon, which is actually pulled by mules.
Isn't that neat?
So we go old school on that one.
You know, most crews wait until their 50th anniversary or something to do a crew history. Not you. You, in 2016, you did a beautiful book written by an anonymous author who had some serious connections to the Times-Picayune a long time ago. Wonderful book. You own your own den. You know, you have so many things that make it unique, but I think most of all is just the fun. I mean, the satire, I think Detente was the crew really that kind of brought that tradition back in your first parade in 1998.
98 was the first time on the street, and we brought back satire, and we also were the first to introduce the Blinky bead.
That's right. That's right. That's a tradition. That's a love.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am jam sessions, history lessons, artistic expression, the occasional confession. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Farmers are always there for each other. We shed tears together, we celebrate together, but we also grow together. Farm Bureau is the largest general farm organization in the country. We have the farmers' back. If you're a farmer, you're not a member, we would welcome you into our Farm Bureau family. And if you want to know more about agriculture, come be part of this great family.
At Tulane Doctors, we made booking appointments easier than ever.
To schedule with any physician, whether at East Jefferson or one of our other locations.
Just dial 988-5000. When you see the shield, you'll know.
The future of medicine is here.
Here,
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Shout out to New Orleans and Company for working year-round to make New Orleans a better place to live, work, and visit. Learn more about their impact and how tourism benefits our community at neworleansandcompany.com.
For over 30 years, the Louisiana Lottery Corporation has delivered on its mission to maximize state revenue. Last fiscal year was our second best ever, transferring more than $205 million to the state to benefit K-12 public education in Louisiana. Lottery customers can expect even more great games, better technology-based solutions, and experiences like second chance promotions, brand alliances, and prize-winning opportunities as we head into the new year. Recognized as leading one of the most fiscally efficient lotteries in the nation, the Louisiana Lottery is proud of our mission-driven, innovative workforce, as well as the 2,800 Louisiana businesses that sell our games and enthusiastically serve our players. The future is bright at the Louisiana Lottery, and this gives us a reason to smile in 2025.
Rock the Country 2025, a festival for we the people, coming to 9 small towns, bringing 9 massive shows. Don't miss Kid Rock and Nickelback headline each city with additional performance varying by market from Hank Williams Jr., Leonard Skinner, Gavin Adcock, Travis Tritt, Aaron Lewis, Treaty Oak Revival, Ella Langley, Old 60, Upchurch, and many more. Get tickets now at rockthecountry.com.
For over 55 years, Mignon Faché artisans have designed jewelry and glassware reflecting the history, nature, and architecture of New Orleans, and handcrafted them in their Magazine Street studio. Visit our Magazine Street gallery right off of the parade route at Lakeside Shopping Center or at the Mall of Louisiana, and always online at mignonfaché.com.
Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, and an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story, World War II.
A parade safety tip from LCMC Health. Keep ladders safe. Always place it as far back from the street as the ladder is tall, and always have an adult standing on the back of the ladder while children are seated. Watch for flying throws. Keep your guard up for hard flying throws. Watch out for beads underfoot that can put children and adults at risk of falling. Stay a safe distance from floats. Never reach under a float or approach a float that is not fully stopped. Never follow behind floats and even bands.
Y'all, you are watching NOLA.com's Mardi Gras for All Y'all, brought to you by New Orleans and Company. We are coming to you live from the LCMC stage. My name is Alex Martinez Wallace, and I am here with the inimitable, the one and only, Doug McCash.
Oh, man. Well, following Hermes is another remarkable parade.
Go on.
Through the entire history of Carnival in New Orleans, there's been a steady stream of irreverence.
Yes.
If you read about some of the parades, some of the instances that took place in the early in the 1830s, they will list political satire. They'll list characterizations, those sorts of things.
Sure.
So irreverence is a long tradition here in New Orleans, and nobody practices it quite as wickedly as the coup d'etat, which follows Hermes. Today, the coup d'etat's theme is heroes and zeros. Just imagine, the crew size is 24 beautifully designed floats. The royalty is the dictator. They do not have a conventional king or monarch. They are ruled by a dictator whose identity is never revealed. There are look for fried top t-shirts. Koozies for tall cans, not short cans. Old-fashioned glasses, color-changing cups, cowboy gesture and umbrella hats, socks, fanny packs, stress balls, cocktail shakers, playing cards, and sunglass straps.
Love it.
And D'Etat is all of that. Their floats really are. They are
brutal.
Brutal.
They're brutal. Oh gosh, I'm very excited.
The one I'm looking forward to most is about Scrim, who comes out, I think, a hero, not a zero,
We'll see.
in Coup d'etat's estimation. Everyone in New Orleans probably knows, but Scrim is a celebrity dog who became a celebrity. He was a celebrity outlaw dog that escaped capture for 11 months.
Twice
escaped.
Yeah.
Diving from a second-story window, being darted, being netted.
Shot. He had bullets in him, and he kept going.
It's an amazing story.
Yeah.
And D'Etat is going to commemorate that great story with a float.
A great story. Actually, potentially should be a children's book. Let me put that in my notes because that's actually like a great idea. I'm going to get right on that. That's a brilliant idea. Scrim, people have been talking about Scrim in New Orleans for some months now. I got in big trouble because I was like, let him be free. That is evidently wrong to say. I think he should be free in the zoo. I think he should be allowed to, because clearly he has a spirit of a wildebeest. And so he wants to be wild. He wants to be free. And I think a nice place for him to be free where he could be fed and occasionally maybe captured and like given medical attention would be the zoo. I don't know. I think that's what it should be.
That was the first zoo theory I've heard.
Really?
Yes. There's the country estate theory and just letting him be wild in the city. But you were in the free Scrim camp.
I'm in Camp Free Scrim, but in the zoo, which is controlled freedom.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
You go. For those who don't know, it was a great story. Scrim was originally rounded up in a trailer park in Houma.
Wow.
And his name at the time, the name given him at the time was Michael. And Scrim needed to be adopted. And he was adopted by a New Orleans rescue agency, Zeus's Rescues, and brought to New Orleans, where he would certainly be rehabilitated and restored to a loving family to live out the rest of his days.
Love it.
Which is precisely what did not happen.
That's true.
Somebody at Zeus's Rescues was listening to the Suicide Boys, the nihilistic rap duo from New Orleans. Yes. And one of them was named Scrim, and she redubbed Michael as Scrim. So right off the bat,
I had no idea.
That's
a great piece of information.
I'll tell you what, right off the bat, Scrim had this depth of irascibility.
Ooh.
And like that. Yes, he escaped immediately from his loving family in Mid-City, went to a carnival, escaped to a carnival, and then to a cemetery.
Wow.
Which tells me that Scrim was a Bob Dylan fan.
I'm going to pick your brain about all this later. This is the children's book. This
all
is
right,
great.
you got it so
I
far.
love
Okay,
this,
so then Zeus's Rescue assembled a posse of dog lovers.
This is great.
To follow Scrim as he charged around Mid-City at lightning speed.
Yes.
I have seen this dog run. It unbelievably fast.
Wow.
He's a 17-pound terrier mutt, and is just lightning fast.
Yes.
And so to capture Scrim, the first theory was to shoot him with a tranquilizer dart.
Sure.
Right.
Let's go full bore.
Whenever someone spotted Scrim and he was in sight, they would dispatch someone with a tranquilizer gun to shoot him. The dog has an incredible tolerance for drugs.
Wow.
He would get hit.
That's great.
He would get hit with this dart, and it would only invigorate him.
Yeah,
made
him faster.
He would double back on the posse. He would leave them in his dust repeatedly. And I'm making fun of this, but there were people who were terribly concerned that either Scrim was going to run underneath a car and get killed, or that Scrim was going to cause a traffic accident or something. And happily, none of that happened, but he remained loose for 6 months. Right?
So good.
Right? Could this be better? And then he found himself surrounded by a fence in a limousine parking lot.
Oh.
Okay. I love the details in Scrim's aesthetic.
Yeah, I love
that.
that.
And they got him with the dart gun, and then he couldn't escape the fence and finally succumbed. And he was taken to the hospital where, as you said, they discovered he'd actually been shot twice. He had 2 projectiles in him.
Oh.
Now was otherwise in reasonably good shape considering his situation. He was in captivity for, I can't remember, a matter of days, maybe a couple weeks.
I think so, yeah.
When he found his way to the 2nd floor of the comfortable house that he could have lived out his days in, and instead he gnawed through the screen over window, dove out of the front window of the house, the front dormer, crashed to the pavement below.
That video was wild.
It's the reason for the door videos, for doorbell videos.
Yes.
Because, otherwise we'd have missed that.
Oh.
And he was on the loose again for months. Until finally, back close to home, he must have felt comfortable, and he climbed into a cat trap.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
And he was finally
He had
taken
enough.
in.
Yeah.
He was finally taken in.
Great story. I love how New Orleans has some animal celebrity stories that pop up once a year. We've had the rats that ate all the drugs in the prisons. We've had Zaps the cat that caused massive power outage throughout the city. We've had Nudie the Nutria. Great celebrity there. What else? We've had some over the years. Animal celebrities. There's been a few.
The possum in the French Quarter.
Great.
Right.
Phenomenal.
And all of these things. Yes.
I remember there was speaking of children's books, there's one about either the dog is blind or the cat is blind, but one of them are blind, and one took care of the other after Katrina for many weeks and eventually led them to someplace safe. And it was a big, huge story. We've got full circle back to New Orleans' magic. All right, we've got stories of magic animals here. We've got a lot of them. So, we've got another parade tonight called Morpheus. That's going to be the 3rd parade of tonight. Morpheus, the parade, was named after the character in The Matrix. I'm kidding. But maybe there will be a float having to do with Morpheus. You never, ever know. By the by, Hermes is in St. Charles and Jackson. It is trucking. We're going to talk about Morpheus more when we come back from these short messages. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're visiting with John Beninati in the Morpheus Den. Now, John, we're going to talk about the 25th anniversary, but first, for the few people who don't know, tell us about your Mardi Gras background.
I've been involved since I was a child. My father was very active, and he brought me into the carnival scene. My first ride was at 4 years old. Wow. When my father was a Duke, rode in a convertible with him, and then 2 years later, he was King of Ala, and I was also a page that year. And ever since that time, just loved carnival, found my heart, and got heavily involved when I was able to.
You've ridden in a lot of parades. You've been a parade marshal for dozens, right?
Right.
And now, Captain of Morpheus. Well, not now. It's been a while. Tell us about how that whole thing developed.
Well, I was laughing as I was on my way over here about a little over 20 years ago, how you and I met with several carnival captains at Old Breakfast Restaurant on Memory Road. And the object of the meeting was to ask me to take over as captain. And I walked out of there kind of stunned. You know, I mean, I've been Lane Kern's protege, as he used to come as his protege, and his understudy for 30 years. And I always anticipated taking over as captain of Valor. And then this opportunity presented itself. And the people I met with were very, very nice. They were the four of the charter board members. They asked me to do this, and you know, it's been great. And they're still active, actually. You know, so.
And the parade has really grown under your leadership. You won't say that, but I will. How many members this year?
We're going to be a little over 800 riders this year.
That's right.
We started first parade. We had 185 riders on 14 single deck floats.
Yeah, and it's a co-ed, very diverse crew, right?
Yes. We just all you have to be is a good person and a good citizen to be in our crew, and an adult. You know,
yeah, of course. So what's special about this year? What's the theme? We're looking back at previous themes? Or?
Yes, we're gonna revisit a bunch of previous themes. Just Mafia celebrates 25 years, and like I said, we have 24 floats. All the floats, as you can see, are all super floats.
Yep.
Half of them are double tandems, including our signature title float.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And you own your floats now, right?
Yes, we made the decision to purchase about 3 years ago, and now we have complete design control. You know, and everything as far as the theme and everything else that involved the float. So we're very happy about that.
Yeah, and you have again. What about throws? I know you like plush things.
We do. We have all the different regular plush that we usually have. The stuff, moons, the sleepy sheep.
Yeah.
And now we have a lot of light up items. You know, just not just the bees, but the wands, and we have light up hats. This year we're going to feature a new throw. It's the bucket hat. It's the Morpheus themed bucket hat, tie dye, purple, green, and gold. So it's going to be a really sought after throw.
And speaking of lighting, you've done some new lighting on your floats too, haven't you? This year?
Yeah, as you can see, you can see all this lighting that trims the floats. Right? It's all the new up-to-date lighting that you see in all the major parades. We're very happy. We control we can synchronize them to the music.
Yeah.
To music, if there's music playing on the float, we can synchronize them to any kind of pattern we want to, and also just about every color in the spectrum. So,
how does it work being the third parade of a big triple header on that Friday night?
That's the toughest part.
Yeah.
You know, it is, and we have two great parades in front of us with Hermes and Day Tide, and you know, but we just work together, you know, and we'll work with the police department and try to get everybody moving on time, and you know, and knock on wood, we've only had a couple of incidents where we ended up very late, you know, but other than that, it's a great night. To me, it's one of the greatest nights in the Uptown route, you know.
It really is, and no rain this year, right?
No, I never even say that word. You know?
Good luck, buddy.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I excite. I unite. I flaunt. I hunt. I make stomachs growl and horns howl. I make your feet move and your heart stand still. I am New Orleans. I put your worries to bed and keep you up at night. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
Hi, my name's Ashley Robinson, and I'm a member of the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale. Mardi Gras brings everyone together. The atmosphere is just filled with so much excitement, joy. But my most favorite thing I love is Parade Day. I feel like a celebrity for the day. Everybody's looking at me. They want things from me. It just fills my heart. People make signs, they have horns, they have different things just to get your attention. For me, it's really no aim. I'm just having a good time. I love riding in Femme Fatale because it's more than a Mardi Gras crew. We give back. We don't just celebrate the Mardi Gras season. It's all year round that we have functions, and we're always looking to who has the biggest needs and where could we maximize that the most. It just feels so good being around so many empowering women that you can look up to, grow, and learn from.
I'm Cheryl Landrew.
And I'm Walter Isaacson.
And we would like to invite you to the New Orleans Book Festival at Tulane University.
The festival includes conversations and panels with best-selling authors and thinkers on a wide variety of topics.
This free 3-day gathering celebrates the rich literary history of one of the most storied cities in America, with authors coming from around the world.
Visit bookfest.tulane.edu for more information.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
No city brings people together like New Orleans. And New Orleans & Company makes planning your wedding, reunion, or group travel easier than ever. Find everything you need at neworleans.com.
The Jefferson Parish Library System consists of 16 locations that stretch from the Lakeshore branch in Metairie on the edge of Lake Pontchartrain to the Grand Isle branch, just steps away from the Gulf beaches. Visit any of our facilities or log on to jpllibrary.net to take advantage of a wide range of digital services, from ebooks, audiobooks, to online homework tutoring and free magazine subscriptions. 2-week checkouts of countertop kitchen appliances, musical instruments, and sports equipment are now available as part of JPL's new Library of Things. Before you grab your credit card, grab your library card and discover how the library can improve your quality of life while saving you money.
The Farm Bureau is a trusted voice of agriculture and the leading grassroots membership organization advocating for all farmers, ranchers, and rural communities, bringing together members at the county, state, and national levels to support one another and give back to our communities.
Get ready for Festival International de Louisiane, April 23rd through the 27th in downtown Lafayette. Experience 5 days of world-class music, culture, and art with hundreds of performers from 15 countries lighting up 7 stages across the city. You want the ultimate festival experience? Download the Festival Insider's Guide for itineraries, local tips, and must-see events. Plan your trip now. Download the Festival International Insider's Guide today.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn.
As Mardi Gras kicks into high gear, LCMC Health is proud to continue its partnership with the City of New Orleans Health Department, providing first aid stations along the parade route. Our commitment to extraordinary care during carnival season and every season helps ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for all. If serious medical attention is needed, don't hesitate to call 911 or visit the nearest hospital. At LCMC Health, we're committed to keeping you well and keeping the celebration safe and fun for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NOLA.com's Mardi Gras for All Y'all, brought to you by New Orleans & Company. We are coming to you live from the LCMC stage. My name is Alex Martinez-Wallace, and I am here with the incomparable Doug McCash. Doug McCash, it's great to have you here.
Well, thank you very much. Alex?
Yes.
There are flashing lights in the distance that seem to portend parades.
Yes.
And St. Charles and Melpomene.
Right around the corner.
We're no time from
It's
now.
in the muses.
Happy 25th anniversary to the crew of Morpheus, which is the 3rd parade tonight.
Wow.
There'll be 800 riders on 24 floats. And the royalty will be King Wayne Myers, Queen Christina Walls. Expect these floats: signature plush sheep, teddy bears, moons, hand-decorated sleep masks, bucket hats, and T-shirts. And the reason for the plush sheep that you count when you can't go to sleep,
I see.
and the decorated sleep masks is that the crew is named for the Greek god of dreams, who is considered a messenger of the gods, who was able to communicate divine messages to sleeping mortals.
I love that.
Yes.
Very cool. On Mardi Gras Day, what do you do for Mardi Gras Day?
What I like to do on Mardi Gras Day is to costume.
Yes.
And go down to the Bywater or the Marigny.
Yes.
And wait until I see the crowd swell, all the other costumers. I think it's the best. It is the best art show.
You're right.
Ever.
You're exactly right.
It's great.
Yes.
And then I flow with that crowd into the French Quarter.
Like St. Anne, crew of St. Anne, more or less?
Yes, but I'm never sure where one begins and one leaves off.
Unspeakably ephemeral is the crew of St.
Exactly,
Anne. Where it begins, where it ends, it's touch and go. Is it even real?
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. And so that's what I like to do. What do you do?
The same thing.
Well, there you go.
Very much the same thing, yeah. I do try to get there early. I try to tell people that on Mardi Gras Day, the holiday is really, it's a morning thing. Like if you are out all night the night before and you roll out of bed at noon and you get out there and it's 1 o'clock, you missed it. Mardi Gras, it's another day in New Orleans. You have to come out in the morning. You have to see it build exactly like he was talking about. That's where the real show is. You don't want to miss it. Don't go too hard on Monday. Get to bed early and then see the magic of early morning Mardi Gras. There's nothing like it. It's the real deal. You don't want to miss it.
Yep, my favorite part. My favorite part.
Speaking of Mardi Gras in general, we were just talking about some of the throws that we'd be getting. They have certainly evolved as time has gone by. They've gotten bigger. They've gotten fancier. My favorite thing to catch is fanny packs. I love a fanny pack. And once in a blue, I get them. And what's your favorite throw? If you were to be like, is there a throw that you're like, yes, this?
Oh my goodness. Am I hungry? Because if I'm hungry, it's a moon pie.
Yes, yes. Or Chiwis. My gosh, I was saying I love Chiwis.
Thank you for flying
Ooh.
Chiwis.
Ooh.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, what's my favorite? I'm sort of a bead guy.
Yeah.
I like stringing some beads around my neck.
Absolutely.
Who do you think? Who was the person who began the custom of throws in New Orleans? Who do you imagine?
New Orleans?
In New Orleans. It was Santa Claus.
Okay.
So 1871, 12th Night Revelers Parade ended with a float with the jolly old elf who had a basket on his back from which he withdrew small toys and tossed them to the crowd as the parade went by.
Wow.
And this is 1871. That parade didn't last very long, but the young men who would form Rex were probably in the crowd because they formed Rex the next day.
Wow.
And it's my theory, I would connect those two dots and say that they were thus inspired.
I wonder.
To add throws to the mix.
I think that's a fine theory.
It's just a theory.
It's fine. It's fine. Do we not? There were parades before that didn't throw things? That must.
Apparently not. And
what?
If they did, it's not recorded. I couldn't find any newspaper records. And so after that, by the 1860s, 70s, you will find references to people throwing trinkets to Gallier Hall, like that. And then in 1912. There's a story where they mention Mardi Gras beads, and it's a young man dancing with the for the amusement of young women with the Rex Parade, and he's dangling beads. And this was not written as a report on what happened that Mardi Gras, but sort of in anticipation of Mardi Gras. So we know that there were beads before 1912.
Sure.
That's what we know.
Wow.
And here's something else we know, that by the 1930s, up until that point, They called them throwouts or trinkets, something like that. By the 1930s, when they refer to the things being thrown from parades, they call them beads. And it tells you that by then, that was the principal throw.
I would imagine the first thing that they threw were probably the balloons. I would imagine, but I don't know. This is me making up history.
Well, it came a bit later. It was 1960.
No.
When somebody went to Rex and said, "I've got an idea for you. What if I minted aluminum discs with the king?"
That didn't start till the 60s.
Yeah, 1960, and it was very important because until then, no throw. Well, I take that back. The Zulu coconut was identifiably from the Zulu parade, but no other throw was identifiably from a parade, from a specific parade.
Okay.
So oh my goodness, here we go.
Yo, this is the beginning of the parade. Brother, that was great information. Genuinely,
yeah.
I cannot wait to half remember it and then misquote almost everything you said, and then people are going to question me on it, but maybe sometimes I'll be right. Yo, we have, I believe, the Marine Corps band coming up right now. As they approach, we will listen to them, and I'm very excited, y'all.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Let's listen to them as they approach. All right, y'all, that was great. They're a very tight band. And now we have some horsies and we have flambeaus.
Yes.
Tell me about flambeaus. You must know something.
Well, one of the most, the earliest and most traditional of parade lighting is the flambeau.
Oh, yes.
Hasn't changed in 100 years. Fuel oil dripping into candles, or not candles, but spigots.
Love it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yo, we have the first float here, Hermes, the Divine Trickster. And we see a bull on the front, various animals, a menagerie, a veritable menagerie, white flowers, and then the arms and bust of Hermes above. Really beautiful float, y'all. And mark me, I'm going to try to catch something here. Let's see what we can do. This is the captain, Hermes the Trickster, y'all. I didn't manage to catch even a single thing, but that's all right. There will be more. So I think the procession on the white horses, that was important with Hermes, that we saw with the flambeaus. Did I make that up? I feel like I read something. The lieutenants. Okay, great. Those are the lieutenants, y'all. Very cool. We're starting off with a bang. It looks like this parade is actually moving at a pace. Those horses are setting a quick pace. They were undoubtedly race horses.
The next thing we're looking for is the Mississippi Valley State University Band.
Ah, Mean Green Marching Machine. All the way from Mississippi, y'all. Very cool. Their colors are white and green. And when their band approaches, we will listen. My gosh, it looks like it's a big band.
Marching beneath the trees that have sprouted Mardi Gras beads.
Isn't it
That does
gorgeous?
not happen elsewhere.
I love looking at the beads that hang in trees like a whole year later.
Yes.
Sometimes they stick around. They survive hurricanes. It's genuinely wild to see. I love to see it. Yeah, y'all, this band is enormous. It's taking up the entire street. And hopefully they strike up the band as they get close. We shall see what they do, y'all. Let's give them a chance to play. We didn't get to hear them strike it up, but those drums are amazing. They had chanting going on that was very powerful. What a powerful band that was. We've got some riding lieutenants here on bedazzled horses, great capes with the H on it. And we have another float forthcoming. This is King, the King's Float. My gosh, iron lions on the front. There is the king looking elegant as ever. Wow, a rock stone throne. Fiery flames beneath him. This is really, really beautiful float, like you were saying. These are cool.
Yeah, beautifully made. Yeah, beautifully made and detailed.
Whoa. Wow.
All hail.
All hail.
All hail.
And those were lions with wings and something else. Maybe they weren't lions. There's something else. They're lions, but what are lions with wings called? Don't they have a name? There's something there, isn't it?
There must be.
There is.
Just must be.
And we got some more flambeaux. Our friend here was saying these are one of the oldest traditions in Mardi Gras. It's great to see them. I had heard a vicious rumor that there wasn't going to be flambeaux this year, so I am overjoyed that they are here.
A griffin. We knew this. We just forgot.
We forgot. And there's a little break in the parade, y'all. That's all right.
The sheet of metal behind the flames in the flambeau is made to be a reflector.
Okay.
And the idea was, as the flambeaux walked along, they would point the reflectors towards the float and illuminate the float before there was electricity.
I see.
And even though now, of course, you could illuminate the float any which way, there's really nothing compares with a natural flame.
I wonder if they, in the past, like really polished it to a glossy sheen so it was really reflective.
Maybe so, maybe so.
I wonder.
Hermes, incidentally, speaking of illuminating floats, Hermes pioneered using neon on floats in the 1930s. I would love to see that. I've never seen a photo of what that might have looked like.
Yes, neon paint like. Must have been.
I think neon tubes.
Oh.
I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to believe you.
Yes.
I want to believe that's true.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, I bet you're right about that.
What do they use, like a big battery or something? And they just must have been?
We've exhausted my knowledge on the subject,
That's
my
good.
friend.
All right.
We have exhausted it, but they weren't the first to have an electric parade. I can't remember the date, but early on, maybe late 1800s, there was an electric parade that had its own dynamo that they towed along with the parade, and the people marching the parade had electric light bulbs on their heads and were connected by wires.
Wait, I guess I don't know what a dynamo is.
A dynamo is a generator.
Oh,
Yeah.
a generator.
How about that?
I didn't know that.
It didn't sound safe to me.
No. There's a gasoline, probably generator. It's just, yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Oh, huh.
Yeah, somebody needs to look that up and tell me
Yeah,
if I
in
got
the
some of it.
comments,
If
y'all.
I got some of that right. Did I get close?
Do us history research in the comments, y'all, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
First electrified Mardi Gras parade.
All right, we have Talladega College coming up, y'all. The Tornado Band from Talladega, Alabama. This is another massive band. As you can see, it takes up the entirety of the street. Their colors are blue and red, and it's like sky blue, almost robin's egg blue. As they get close, we are going to listen to this band play. Y'all, I hope you could hear that very well. Y'all in the chat, that was great. People in the chat, we're giving a shout out to your book. Mike P., who's been in our chat for years now, said your book is phenomenal, by the way.
Yay! Thank you so much. Alex, somebody has imposed actual facts on our conversation.
Go on.
It was the crew of Jove in 1913 was the first electrified parade with the dynamo and all that jazz.
Okay.
There you go.
Dynamo, a generator. I wonder what happened to that company. I wonder if...
I don't know.
So you in the chat, y'all, help us out. Google it, Dynamo the company. I want to know more about it. Y'all, we got a float happening here. This is Hermes Messenger. And behold, Hermes with a lit staff. The snakes of the staff, a cape of stars, sky blue. He rides upon a cloud, winged helmet, winged staff. People are lit up. It's beautiful. They got clouds a-wisping at the top. And look at the neon lights, which...
There you go.
There we are.
I've
Doug was
never
just talking about
noticed that.
it. There's some neon lights right
So
now.
Hermes is still lit with neon.
I almost caught a neon staff, but it went down to the streets below. Dems to brakes, y'all.
When you watch Mardi Gras floats go by, you'll notice everyone is masked, and that is by law.
By law.
Yes.
Okay.
Or by code.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like by law.
Yeah.
That sounds
yeah.
sounds nice. Yo, we got St. Aug coming up. This band is incredible. It's enormous. It's one of the most famous bands in the state and all of Mardi Gras for sure. So, real excited to listen to them. Let's listen. Next float is float number 4, which is, let's see, Maya, Mother of Hermes. And behold Maya. She's looking like Marilyn Monroe, if you ask me. Stunning, what a position.
Wonderful carving in foam.
Oh, wow. Grapes on the side, eyes in the sky. A beautiful float. I've got socks, y'all. I'm so happy.
Oh, look at you.
I live for socks.
Listen, I'm going to risk getting this wrong. The artist who did the last 2 carvings, I think, was the late Randy Morris. And somebody please correct me. And just such a fabulous sculptor.
Yeah, great. It was gorgeous. Great position she was in. It was dramatic.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We've got riding lieutenants here. Their capes are marvelous. The horsies are unmatched. And we have a float forthwith coming. This is float number 5. It is, my gosh, what does that say? Ambassadors of the court. Wonderful. And behold, the head of Hermes. His bright blue eyes, the wings on the side of his head, his gorgeous hair. And they are chanting, they are screaming, and mark me, I'm going to try to catch something.
Here you go. This is your float.
This is it.
I can feel it.
I can feel it.
Whoa!
I caught a teddy bear. Marvelous.
Hermes was the messenger of the gods?
That's correct. Yes, that's very true. Yo, we got St. Paul's, the Marching Wolves. These guys have moves as they approach. Let's listen to them play and let's watch them work. These guys are so cool. they are so cool. That's one of the coolest bands, I think, in Mardi Gras. All right.
I like the straw hats.
Oh my gosh. Float number 6, I believe. And it is the ball of the two well-known gentlemen. Oh, wow. Observe the figure on the front of this float. I've seen nothing like it. The only words that encapsulate it wholly is wow. Wow.
Yeah, great sculpture. Great
Gorgeous sculpture.
Mardi Gras floats are not supposed to be static. So the flowers and the foil that's put on the outside is supposed to switch with the irregularities in the streets. And we do have our share of irregularities in the streets.
Yo, we got Holy Cross coming up. Let's listen to the play.
Alex, this is the title float, Visions of Jeanne d'Arc.
Wow, and we've got Pan on the front of the float with his pan flutes. He is tooting a melody as the float makes its way down the street. There is a fairy leaping over his head, carrying a banner which is waving in the wind. Glorious flowers, green grasses, silver and gold, a marvelous float. These are really, really cool. Wow, look at his legs. Incredible work. Mark me, I'm going to try to catch something. Mark me, I'm going to try. I was soundly ignored. We've got more flambeaus, y'all, more flambeaus.
It's not you, it's them.
It simply must be. It couldn't possibly be me.
Hermes, curiously, arose during the Great Depression, at the exact time you would think that no one would found a Mardi Gras parade.
Sure.
And they did it deliberately to breathe some life back into the celebration
spite of the depression.
And back into the city.
All right, this is Chapel in Domremy, and behold, a chalice gold with golden sunbeams flying out of its back. We've got green flowers, we've got rose-colored dreams all about. It's a gorgeous float, y'all. Mark me, I'm going to try to catch something.
Here you go. This is all you, Alex. You got it this time. Oh, man. There you go.
I caught a bag of dreams. I think it's light up dreams.
Oh, that's excellent.
A whole bag of dreams.
I caught a bag of dreams. That's the title of your next poem, I think.
Jesuit High School approaches the JROTC. It is a band, I believe. I think so. It might just be a marching group. I am presently doing the fight choreography for a production at Jesuit High School. They are doing Newsies. And I have done the fights so wild, I may never be allowed back. Let's see what happens. I'm pushing the envelope. It's going to be a sight to behold. Get your tickets now. Newsies at Jesuit High School. you'll see something like you've never seen. There's a band. Let's listen to the play. Tooting his trumpet on pink flowers and a blue sky below. Look at his beard. Incredible work. Mark me, I'm going to catch something.
So close. So close.
I got a footy football, y'all. All right.
Joan of Arc, of course, received visions from God and the saints that compelled her to lead a French army to relieve Orleans.
That's true.
Back in 1429.
All right, y'all, we got Team Gleason coming up. Team Gleason. We're going to see what they're about. I'm very excited. All right,
Yes.
It's Steve Gleason, the former Saints player with ALS, and this is going to be a dedication. I love when people on both sides of the streets throw balls back and forth to each other. It's really cool. It's a whole other game. All right. There is Steve Gleason himself. Wow, that's great. All right, y'all, we have a float forthwith coming. This is Joan Hears God's Voice. And there is Joan of Arc. Her hair appears to be on fire. And she is on purple and white and yellow gold flowers. My gosh, look at the face of Joan. Her eyes green. The hair is incredible. What an incredible carving. Y'all, this is great work. We are seeing some magnificent float action.
There's a wonderful throw for you, Hermes aluminum cup.
Huzzah! You got it! All right.
That's wonderful.
Love to see it. All right, y'all. We have Sophie B. Wright Charter School Band approaching. Colors are blue, white, gold. As they approach, let's listen to them play, y'all. There's a small pause here, y'all, and which I think is a good thing. It gives the bands a chance to charge up their prowess before they approach and most certainly play just for us.
Right there.
And I believe, yes, right here, I believe it's going to happen. I want to believe it's going to happen. One of the throws that I've seen is a staff, and it looks very much like tube fluorescent lighting. I wonder if it's a call out to that piece of history that you told us about, or if I'm just reading into things too much.
Well, you can't read into things too much.
I'm trying to see if I can get a staff from these gentlemen. Hold on, let me see if I can work my prowess.
Maybe someone out there could Google it. I think we're talking about a caduceus. Is that right? Oh, that is a thing of beauty. I love that.
I did it. I got the staff. I used my master negotiation skills, and I negotiated this, which I think is a call out to how they're the first crew to have fluorescent lighting. Maybe, I don't know. What do I know?
Oh, it's too much of a coincidence to be
so
otherwise.
too.
I think you're on to it.
I think so too. I got socks, which I love. Let's see that car.
Yes, this is a great. Whoop! Don't step on your cord. This is a great carnival development. Instead of just throwing plastic cups, throw an aluminum one that'll last forever.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, look
How
at
do you
the
like
design.
that?
Bring it real close. Let them see. Wow.
How about that?
Beautiful.
Wonderful, huh?
Yeah, speaking of the way that throws have changed and evolved over the years, environmentally friendly throws are becoming more and more of a prevalence.
Yes.
The beans, the jambalaya, the coffee, and aluminum cups.
Yes.
Instead of plastic cups. There's a study that just came out that said everybody has a plastic spoon's worth of microplastic in their brains. Can you believe it? That's a true thing.
I think mine's probably a ladle.
Maybe. And so, yeah, nice aluminum cups helps to staunch the microplastics that are flowing endlessly into our brains. All right, y'all, the parade is moving. Let's see if they are charged up and gonna play for us. I think they will. All right, they charged up, but they're going to use their prowess for later down the road. That's all right.
Alex, if I was in a marching band, I'd want to play the bass drum. I mean, I can tell it's heavier, but you can really send up the thunder.
Yo, we have a float forthwith coming. This is Joan Dreams of French Triumph.
Yes.
And right on the front crest is a horsey with Joan atop it, killing a dragon. I wonder if this is, what's that story of the dragon slaying? Ah, well.
This may be St. Michael.
It might be St. Michael.
Killing a
yes,
dragon,
could
because
be.
St. Michael legendarily communicated with Joan.
Wow, gorgeous. A battle. Oh, there hasn't been
Oh, wait a minute.
There's fingers on the bottom of the float, but they are not glittery. Those are just called plain old fingers. Doesn't have the same ring to it, but I'm not going to lie to you. We've got horsies with glitter toes. Look at their paws, glittering in the light. Wow. All right, next float. We've got float number 12, Gardens of the Valley of the Muse. And sure enough, as Doug was saying, these flowers are moving, they're waving. There is motion on these floats with the various potholes in the street. It's gorgeous to see. There is a hummingbird drinking from a flower right on the top of the float. And then there's flowers of various colors. The green looks like it's on fire in the forest below. And then there is a bunny on the side. We stan a bunny. All right, gorgeous art.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And coming up,
Orpheus always seems to strive for a certain elegance in their floats.
I believe we have West Jefferson High School Band. West Jeff, coming up, y'all. Their colors are red and white. And y'all, I have a feeling that they are going to strike up the band right here, right now. I can feel it. I want to believe it. And if you at home believe it, it may come true. Let's see what they
Alex,
do.
I think we need to start using reverse psychology.
Maybe.
I don't think this band would ever play
Let's give
right
it a try.
in front of us.
Let's give it a try. For sure, they won't play. Well, Doug, I think that you have hacked the system. I think that you are right. The trick is to insist that the band will not play. And sure enough, the prowess comes upon them when they get doubted and they play.
When in doubt.
When in doubt.
Use superstition.
Toot those horns. Yes. So that's nice. We're gonna see if that works for every band from this point forward until it fails us. We have a float approaching the journey to Vaucouleurs. The journey to Vaucouleurs. My French accent is immaculate.
Impeccable.
Impeccable. And on the front of this float is a European deer. Its antlers. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My gosh. It's a buck, the likes of which we should all wish to see in real life. Look at its furry neck. Look at the red flowers. Look at the forest it is leaping out of. A beautiful float. And mark me, from this float I will catch something.
All right. we need to catch one of their bags of food items.
Yes.
The purple grits and the jambalaya. And
I need
such.
it.
Yes.
I need it
So
very badly.
we can show it to people.
Yes. We got flambeaux, and we got another float, number 14, the French Royal Court in Chinon. And there is a kind of a popey box on the top. No, it's a window. And there's a dove, hands praying, there's a cross. It's a chair, it's a throne.
Yes.
It's a holy throne. Gorgeous to see. Look at these flowers. My gosh. I've never seen anything like it. Wow. Wow.
Thank you.
All right. Young Audiences Charter School is approaching now. And y'all, ain't no way they're going to play right here in front of us for everyone to hear. Not a chance.
Zero chance. I would bet the house.
They're
not going to play.
I would.
Oh.
Mark me, they're not going to play, but
Look
let's
at
listen.
all we've got.
Doug, magic works in New Orleans. You have proven it. There is no denying. The spell has been cast. If you say the band will not play, they play 10 out of 10 times so far. Yo, we have learned from the Warren Easton band director that they march 38 and a half miles every carnival season. That's 8 parades, y'all. Could you imagine? A marathon and a half. We got a float forthwith coming now. My gosh, look at this man. Audience with Charles the Dauphin. And there he is. There is Charles the Dauphin. Look at his silly hat. Look at the fur about it, his furry shoulders, a wonderment to behold. Red, orange, yellow flowers and draperies all about him. Love to see it. Mark me, I'm going to catch something here.
Whoa. Well, during the last float, you caught these marvelous golden lighted wings. And who could have predicted that they went with your outfit? Uh-oh.
All right, we got South Atlanta High School Band. South Atlanta. My gosh, we caught gloves. They will not play. This is Visitations of St. Margaret of Antioch and St. Catherine of Alexandria. It's a long float title, but it's working because y'all look at this float. Look at the lovely lady on the crest of the float with a staff and flag blowing in the wind. She looks amazing. The float looks amazing. There are skeletons in the flowers at the bottom. These little details are wild. I caught light up gloves, y'all. I look like Michael Jackson.
Man.
And here we have a float approaching. This is the Siege of Orleans, and there is a cannon and red clouds, orange clouds, red and orange flowers that look like fire all around it. It's a beautiful float. The cannon looks real.
Among her teenage accomplishments, Joan of Arc relieved the siege on the town of Orleans, hence our relationship with her.
And here we have Saint Michael the Archangel appears. Behold Saint Michael, sword in hand, a bejeweled belt across his chest, a battle helmet with horns coming out of it. This is amazing looking. The muscles on him. What a babe. All right, let's see if I can catch something.
Oh. Throw me something, mister. Yes.
All right.
All right. Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Lighted beads with the little winged feet. Excellent.
All right.
Excellent.
We got some good stuff. Y'all, there's a little break in the parade. I got you.
You want me to take them off?
All right. Y'all. So what we got here? Observe.
Oh, man.
Now that is magic. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
That's the perfect throw because from here on out, they're going to see your hand.
Yes, that's wise. It's true. Wow. I look incredible. Got a teddy bear. I got wings. You can't overly tell that they are wings, but I'm trying to make them flap. Nah. They're nice though. Even though they're not flapping wings, they are nice. I caught a frisbee.
Winged shoes.
Winged
yes.
shoes.
Yes. Golden winged shoes.
Wow. And y'all see, I was talking about how there's so many light up things for this parade. Look at the crowd behind us, y'all. Look at all the flashing lights. This is what I'm talking about. This parade really throws out some lit items. We have a band coming up. This is St. Mary's Academy, and they will certainly not play. I refuse to believe they will play. There's not a chance they will play. Let's listen to them play. sometimes it works some of the time. Some of the time it works 100% of the time, y'all. All right, this is float number 19. Joan envisions victory at Orleans. And there is a fleur-de-lis of massive proportions. There is laurels on both sides of it, the color of bronze, and there are green glitter fingers at the bottom of this float, and they are gorgeous. White flowers abound.
Finally, glitter fingers.
Proper glitter fingers, y'all. I'm going to try to catch something. Mark me. I'm going to try.
Here we go. Oh, that looks like... Yes! Yes! Oh, Alex, they're taunting you. They're taunting you.
This is Greenville High School Marching Band, y'all. The Hornets. Let's listen to them play. All right. Sounds good, y'all.
There are those who believe that so many great musicians emerged from New Orleans because of carnival music.
Oh, how
that
wild.
it's so much a part of our experience.
I think that perfectly tracks. All right, we got a float approaching. This is float number 20, Gifts of Yolande of Aragon. And behold, Yolande, the front of the float. She has a headdress that looks like horns, and it's gorgeous with a star in one hand. She's wearing vestments of royal blue, dark blue, red flowers beneath her, clouds of pink and blue, and red glitter fingers bedazzle the bottom of the float. I'm going to try to catch something. Mark me. I'll
Here
try.
we go. I have confidence in you. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Whoa! Oh my goodness.
All right. Eleanor McMain High School, y'all. And I think they are playing. Let's listen.
We're doing pretty well in the music lottery.
We are, yeah. There are some parades where we don't get to hear much, but this time most of the bands have played, and it's been real nice.
Consider this, Alex.
Yeah.
This interests me. When you're riding a float or when you're in the audience and the float starts exploding with throws, there's a hailstorm of throws. Our parades become chaos.
Yeah.
They become, frantic and like that. What does that say about us? Because that doesn't happen elsewhere.
It's true. It's true. Yes. Yes,
Yes.
it's true. They're just
Everywhere
waving
else, it's a polite wave.
on floats, but here it's an explosion of phantasmagora.
And the lights, like you mentioned, you look down the
Yes.
street, and it's like it's alive. It's a glittering
wonderment to behold.
Yes.
Yeah. Yo, we have a float approaching, float number 21, the keys to the city of Troyes. And I think there may be, trying to discern what's on the front here. It's like a horsey on fire. It might be a seahorse. A fiery seahorse. It could be anything, y'all. And there's a key, and there's a fountain, and there's pink and purple flowers and stone walls, and it looks like a little village. You love to see it.
It could be anything, but whatever it is, it's wonderful.
It is wonderful.
It's a beautiful, strange dragon. Often I like things better when I don't perfectly understand them.
All right, we have float number 22, the Faceless Angel visits. And there is the Faceless Angel with eyes, a piercing white, arms aloft, wings spread, a dress of sky blue, golden leaves and purple and violet wonderment abound, waves of purple dreams. And I will try to catch something, mark me, I'll try.
Here we go. You've got this. Purple grits.
Purple grits, please. All right, we have a float approaching. Float number 23, the Victory at Reims. Reims. R-E-I-M-S. Y'all in the chat, let me know how you pronounce that. At Rome. That's my best guess. And there is Joan of Arc bestride her horse, a fleur-de-lis of gold and blue crested upon her shield. The horsey looks marvelous. Yellow flowers, violet clouds, blue glitter fingers beneath all of it, and a wave of yellow dreamscape behind her.
That was beautifully
Thank
said.
you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Joni on the pony.
Joni
as
on
well,
the
as we
pony.
say down on Decatur Street.
That's true.
Symbol of feminist power, symbol of French heritage.
That's right.
Symbol of religious devotion and martyrdom, I'm afraid.
Joni on
Spoiler
the pony.
alert.
Yes, that's right. And here we have a float approaching. Coronation of Charles VII.
Among her teenage activities was declaring someone to be the King of France.
Oh, wow.
I didn't do that sort of thing as a teen.
Y'all, and look at the blue fur trimmed cloaking the decoration on this float. The fur looks real. The fur looks real. Mark me. I think it could be real. And we have a marching band, MBA. Memphis Business Academy Marching Band.
We forgot to work our magic.
Next float is beautiful, and it is the return of the English and the Duke of Bedford. And there is the English lion holding a scepter with a fleur-de-lis, wearing a massive crown. His face a snarl, the crown oversized. Beneath him, green and purple flowers, and all around him, red clouds with red glitter fingers at the bottom. And mark me, I'll catch something.
Here we go again. No one is more optimistic than Alex. Excellent. Excellent.
And we have a float approaching, Miracle Electorel. And there is a miracle on the front of this float. A lovely lady with blonde curly hair, wearing a dress of ivory. Flowers dancing in the wind beneath her, gold and violet colored. Look at this tree, it looks real.
At this turn in her life, Joan is wounded but not stopped.
Ooh. And we have Oak Park High School. They certainly won't play. Not a chance.
Not
Wow.
a chance. Not a chance.
These are glass beads.
These are blue glass beads.
We'll show you the beads at the end. We got these beautiful blue glass beads that we were talking about earlier. Okay, this is float number 27, capture of Joan at Compiègne. The capture of Joan at Compiègne. And look at this very sad, my gosh, look at the pain on their face. The struggle, the sorrow, the devastation. Great carving. Pink flowers, blue clouds. Not a lot of glitter fingers, but there's some purple, but barely. And mark me, I'll catch something or I'll be making the same face as that person right there. Behold!
Float number 28, the Burgundians ransom Joan to the English.
And look at the stack of gold doubloons upon the crest of this float, golden flowers with red centers, red betrayal in the center of the flowers. And hear me, mark me, I'll catch something.
Go. Yes! Ah, the metal cup.
We got a metal cup, y'all.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right. This is the Heinz Parkview Marching Band. Y'all, no way they'll play. Let's listen. That worked a treat, y'all. We are hearing these bands play. I hope y'all are enjoying the comments. Next float is float number 29, Prisoners in the Castle of Rouen. And there is the Castle of Rouen, complete with battlements and parapets, gray stone, a window, and then pink and white and yellow flowers with violet clouds sitting atop red glitter fingers. And on the side, we see Joan locked in her prison cell, arms cuffed, chained to the prison walls. Very sad.
Yes.
There was a small stoppage in the parade, but now it is moving again, and right behind float number 29 is float number 30, which is thrice burned. Joan's heart would not burn. She could not be stopped. And there is Joan, tied to the stake, her hands clasped together in prayer. The flames engulf her entire person, and she remains stoic and true to her beliefs. She is staked upon orange, yellow, and red flowers, which sit loftily upon violet clouds tinged with gold, and all of it resting upon purple glitter fingers. And mark me, I'll catch something here.
Notice the skull emerging from the fire.
Ooh, wow, great attention to detail.
Throw me something, mister.
All right, Renew Laurel School coming up with their marching band.
No way they play.
Not a chance. They don't look like it's a big band, but they look mighty. And so it's a shame we won't be able to hear them play because they won't play right here in front of us. Not a chance. Let's listen. Not, but that's okay. It's not, you can't. They might have marched last night, y'all, and last night, the last float went by at around 1 a.m. So they was all out very late. So
yes, indeed.
We'll give them a pass this one time, and then never again. Y'all behind us, I don't know if you can see it, there is a game on both sides of the street. They are passing a ball back and forth, and they're having a great time, and I love to see it. Y'all look at the crowds. And yet there is still plenty of room out here, y'all. If you're not out here yet for Detot or for Morpheus, don't be shy. Plenty of room.
Years ago, an LSU professor named Lori Wilkie, studying bead throwing,
yes,
anthropologically,
okay,
decided that what we do is a game, and she called it the throwing game. And once you think of it that way, it explains some of the attraction of our parades.
Love it.
That you're not just passive.
Yes.
You're engaged in a catching and throwing game.
It's absolutely true. Yeah. This is Float 31, Vindication by Pope Calixtus III. And I think I got that name correct. I think it's Calixtus. And there is Calixtus himself, wearing green laurels, a red cap, and an orange doublet. That could be true. And he is on red flowers with sky blue clouds beneath, red glitter fingers, all about the float.
Poor Joan, who was burned as a heretic, was forgiven by the saint and declared innocent.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And right behind this is a beatification of Joan d'Arc. Float number 32. It is kissing the back of this float. So it's one right after the other, y'all.
Oh!
The beatification of Joan of Arc.
Her ascension to sainthood.
And behold this Fabergé egg, the holy hand grenade of Antioch.
And here comes one of the most magical moments of Carnival 2025. The marching crew of Joan of Arc, was invited to join Hermes.
Hey! Here they are, y'all. The crew Joan of Arc.
And this marching crew celebrates Joan's birthday each year on January 6th, marking the start of Carnival.
They were holding a workshop. They wanted me to come by and teach them how to fight with medieval weapons. But I really only know swordplay. So I said, y'all, I wish I could.
No clubs.
I know.
No spears.
I staff a bit of spear some, but they wanted to learn how to do pikes and things, and I could only guess at that. I'm not trained in all of the things, just some of them. Behold, a not so pale horse.
All hail Joan!
Yay! Wow! And y'all, this is the last float. This is float number 33. No, and never mind, I take that back. This is the second to last float. Well, Maiden of Orleans. And then there's a secret float behind them, and I don't know what it is, but we're going to find out together, all of us together as one. And there is Joni on the pony.
Joni on the pony from Decatur Street to St. Charles Avenue.
Ooh, there they are. Look at this golden horsey. You love to see it. And this is float number 34, Many Dreams from Above. No, Many Dreams from...
Whoa! Look
from
out!
Flow, from Now. Many Dreams from Now. And there is an angel on the front of this with a white turban and white wings. And he is in a deep state of meditation, dreaming on pink flowers with blue clouds, blue glitter fingers below. On the side is an eye, veiled with green and yellow tentacles. My gosh, it's a marvel. Wow. Wow.
Yes. Throw me something, mister. Here it comes. Oh, yes.
Wow. And we have a marching group here, the Candy Girls. The Candy Girls.
In New Orleans, after Hurricane Katrina, there rose this craving to participate in parades. And one of the things you see now that you wouldn't have seen 25 years ago, 20 years ago, is these adult ironic marching groups.
Oh, I love
like
that.
The Candy Girls.
Okay. I came to New Orleans the year of Katrina. I came before the storm hit, but I have never seen a Mardi Gras until after Katrina, so I wouldn't have known that.
So 2006 was your first?
2004 was my first Mardi Gras. I came down the summer of 2003. This is the final float, y'all. Fine, the final float.
What does fine mean?
The final float.
Okay, all
Fine.
right.
Fine. Observe a golden lute harp atop the crest of the float. Yellow flowers with red centers, red glitter fingers, and a violet wonderment behind. I have to say, these have been the most beautiful floats that I've seen this season. Oh my gosh, a tray of Jell-O shots. This is marvelous.
Yes.
All right, let's take up some of these things that we have caught. All right, y'all. What a marvelous parade. I have a bounty of items. Look at all of this. Bears
This
galore.
is just half of it.
100
half
of
of it.
these. Look at all these aluminum cups. These are high quality. They'll last the rest of my life. My children will be drinking from these. And then
Alex is a throw magnet. There's no doubt about it.
look at these beautiful blue glass beads.
Yes, indeed. They're
These
coming
are
back into
gorgeous.
fashion.
They are gorgeous. Wow. Y'all, we have caught a bounty. I have wings. I have magic hands. I have actual glitter fingers. Finally, all I've ever wanted.
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes. Doug, this was a joy.
Yeah, nothing
your
but fun.
knowledge was incredible of the New Orleans history, of beads, of Mardi Gras, and the history of the floats and all of it. It's been a real joy.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Been fun.
thank you, man.
Been fun.
Genuinely. Y'all, next up is Crew d'Etat.
Okay.
It's on St. Charles and 2nd Street, so there's going to be a small break, and then we will come back to you. We're going to take a small break, so don't go anywhere, y'all. You know this is the place to watch parades. We got all the information, we got the jokes, and we get the best catches. Thank y'all for joining. Come right back after these messages.
Jody, you've been a lifetime member of this wonderful organization. What makes it so special? I mean, I've got my own thoughts, but you tell me as a spokesman for the club.
Well, I think it's something that we started from the ground up, and back in 1996 it started, and just the fact that it's grown so much and took off and has been accepted by the community, that's kind of what makes it special is that everybody looks forward to Crew d'Etat Friday.
Yeah, and you're known for your satire, and I have to tell everybody, I like to think of you as an equal opportunity offender. I mean, you all slap everybody, don't you? Right, left, it doesn't matter.
That's correct. Nothing's off limits for us. We let the material write itself, and usually in New Orleans, that takes care of most of our work for us.
Can you give us a little hint of some of the things we'll see in the parade?
This year we'll see the mayor once again.
Really?
The Sewage and Water Board makes a repeat appearance, and then you'll have a lot of national and local politics as well.
As always.
As always.
And you have Flambeau.
We do have Flambeau. We actually own all of our own Flambeau, and we have our Keeper of the Flame who takes care of them year-round and makes sure that they all work and get them out on the street.
And tell me about that wild and wicked Dancing Dollins.
The Dancing Dollins group is a dancing crew within the crew. It's all members of the organization that don't ride on floats, that would prefer to walk the route, and they come up with their own theme to match some float out of the regular parade. They get their own costumes, they get their own dance moves, and they entertain on the streets almost as well as we entertain on the floats.
And they hand out the Gazette, right?
Yes, we've got our own bulletin that we've been running for a number of years that gets handed out at the beginning of the parade, and I believe the Dancing Dollins also have them.
Well, speaking of special things, you have special signature floats that are kind of unique, huh?
We do. We have several. The Dictator's Navy.
And that's what you call your king, the dictator.
The king is the dictator. Right? He is, and his identity is never shown or revealed. So we have the Dictator's Navy. We've got the High Priest float. We've got the Candy Wagon, and we've got the Banana Wagon, which is actually pulled by mules.
Isn't that neat?
So we go old school on that one.
You know, most crews wait until their 50th anniversary or something to do a crew history. Not you. You, in 2016, you did a beautiful book written by an anonymous author who had some serious connections to the Times-Picayune a long time ago. Wonderful book. You own your own den. You know, you have so many things that make it unique, but I think most of all is just the fun. I mean, the satire, I think d'Etat was the crew really that kind of brought that tradition back in your first parade in 1998.
98 was the first time on the street, and we brought back satire, and we also were the first to introduce the Blinky bead.
That's right. That's right. That's a tradition. That's a love.
Son of a Saint is a nonprofit organization committed to providing mentorship, education, mental health, and opportunities to young boys who have lost their fathers. Through dedicated mentors, academic support, and enriching experiences, Son of a Saint empowers our boys to overcome barriers and become strong, resilient leaders of tomorrow. But we cannot do it alone. The need for our services in the community is great, and my ask of you is to help us fulfill that need through volunteering, becoming a mentor, or donating resources. Please visit sonofasaint.org today.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At Tulane Doctors, we made booking appointments easier than ever.
To schedule with any physician, whether at East Jefferson or one of our other locations.
Just dial 988-5000. When you see the shield, you'll know.
The future of medicine is here.
I am cypress leaves, balconies, oak trees, harmony. I am New Orleans. I'm your town deep down. Come see me at neworleans.com.
A big thanks to New Orleans & Company, the team that invites the world to experience our music, food, and culture while supporting the people who make New Orleans special. Start planning your trip at neworleans.com.
Son of a Saint is dedicated to transforming the lives of fatherless boys across Greater New Orleans through mentorship, emotional support, development of life skills, education, and positive peer-to-peer relationships. For more information or to get involved, visit sonofasaint.org.
Rock the Country 2025, a festival for we the people, coming to 9 small towns, bringing 9 massive shows. Don't miss Kid Rock and Nickelback headline each city, with additional performances varying by market from Hank Williams Jr., Leonard Skinner, Gavin Adcock, Travis Tritt, Aaron Lewis, Treaty Oak Revival, Ella Langley, Old 60, Upchurch, and many, many more. Get tickets now at rockthecountry.com.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
Thank you to the 2025 NOLA.com Mardi Gras Parade Camp sponsor, Tulane Doctors. Whether you need a checkup or a new treatment, Tulane Doctors are dedicated to making healthcare simple, personal, and accessible for our community. For trusted expert care, call 504-988-5000. That's 504-988-5000 to schedule an appointment with any Tulane doctor today.
A parade health tip from LCMC Health. Moderation is key. Try to limit your alcohol intake and drink water between alcoholic beverages. Consider smaller portions of the foods you love during Mardi Gras. Take your time, stay hydrated. A good rule of thumb is to drink water in between each alcoholic beverage to make sure you are staying hydrated and to cut back on the amount of alcohol consumed. Choose a beverage that includes some water, such as club soda, seltzer, or mineral water, and blend beverages with ice.
My goodness, welcome back to NOLA.com's 2025 Parade Camp coverage. Mardi Gras for all y'all. I'm happy to be joining you.
Yes, very nice meeting you.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm Doug McCash. I'm a writer with the Times-Picayune newspaper. I get to cover Carnival, which is one of the great beats in New Orleans.
Fantastic,
for sure,
yes.
for
And I'm
sure.
Kyrie Armstead. I live here. That's all.
So we're looking forward to the Coup d'etat, which is down the street somewhere, and the Coup d'etat, it's at UTERP. Okay, the Coup d'etat follows in a long-standing tradition, and that is satirical carnival. their sometimes scathing satirical carnival when it comes to coup d'etat.
Yeah,
So-
no one is safe.
No one is
We
safe.
found out. I found out firsthand last year. You know, we had a brand new quarterback for our football team, and you know, he didn't have the best first season last year. So the coup d'etat let him have it.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine that they did. I
Yeah.
think the Saints are going to come in for a touch more criticism.
Maybe so.
This year.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We're also going to see float devoted to Scrim, the celebrity stray dog that stole New Orleans' heart, etc.
He's made a few guest appearances already this carnival season. I think maybe I've seen 2 different floats with a giant scrim on them. Delightful.
All right. Well, it's a beautiful, beautiful night. Couldn't be prettier. And after the passing of the Hermes Parade, the crowd is just a glitter with flashing beads and glowing wings that people wear as headbands.
Oh, just
and it is
a sea of flashing lights.
And it's just gorgeous to look down St. Charles Avenue and see all that. Hermes was wonderful, devoted to Joan of Arc, and included the French Quarter Joan of Arc parade, which I thought was a lovely touch.
That was fantastic. I know I'm just coming to you all now, but I was here for all of Hermes, and I just watched it just a few feet in front of us, and it was spectacular. It was a great start to my Friday, I gotta say.
Hermes and coup d'etat don't have a lot in common, but one thing they do have in common is excellence in the float artistry.
Yes.
Coup d'etat is going to be their floats are made by royal artists. They're an old-fashioned style of float, but I think you'll appreciate the detail and the painterliness. They're wonderful. However scandalous they may be.
Yeah, I would say that's one thing to watch out for those of you that are watching at home. Not everything that you see during coup d'etat will be squeaky clean. We'll put it that way.
Right.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, not safe for work, right? But definitely a lot of energy and a lot of fun goes into a crew like coup d'etat every year. So I'm excited to see.
This year's theme, the 2025 theme, is Heroes and Zeros. Just let your mind wander.
Oh, man.
Where that takes it. 24 floats. You'll notice the floats are very small. They pack a punch, but they're very small. Royalty is the dictator. Founded in 1996. They don't have a conventional king. Nothing that civilized. They were founded... They were founded by a dictator, and they're sticking to it. We should expect Fry d'etat T-shirts, koozies for tall cans, not the short cans, old-fashioned glasses, color-changing cups, cowboy, jester, and umbrella hats, socks, fanny packs, stress balls, cocktail shakers, playing cards, and sunglass straps.
So I heard the words umbrella hat, and after hearing a lot of those other throws, I would like to say, if you want to send me or throw me an umbrella hat so I do not get pelted with any of those other items, I'm totally down for it.
Very thoughtful. Very, it's the right throw under the circumstances.
Well, now I know. I've done this a few times that I know that I'll get hit square in the nose if I'm not paying attention. You got to keep your head on the swivel. That's it.
d'etat will... Oh, wonderful.
We'll be right back. We're going to have you see a little bit more about coup d'etat, and we'll catch you very soon.
Jody, you've been a lifetime member of this wonderful organization. What makes it so special? I mean, I've got my own thoughts, but you tell me as a spokesman for the club.
Well, I think it's something that we started from the ground up, and back in 1996 it started, and just the fact that it's grown so much and took off and has been accepted by the community, that's kind of what makes it special is that everybody looks forward to Coup d'etat Friday.
Yeah, and you're known for your satire, and I have to tell everybody, I like to think of you as an equal opportunity offender. I mean, you all slap everybody, don't you? Right, left, it doesn't matter.
That's correct. Nothing's off limits for us. We let the material write itself, and usually in New Orleans, that takes care of most of our work for us.
Can you give us a little hint of some of the things we'll see in the parade?
This year we'll see the mayor once again.
Really?
The Sewage and Water Board makes a repeat appearance, and then you'll have a lot of national and local politics as well.
As always.
As always.
And you have Flambeau.
We do have Flambeau. We actually own all of our own Flambeau, and we have our Keeper of the Flame who takes care of them year round and makes sure that they all work and get them out on the street.
And tell me about that wild and wicked Dancing Dollins.
The Dancing Dollins group is a dancing crew within the crew. It's all members of the organization that don't ride on floats, that would prefer to walk the route. And they come up with their own theme to match some float out of the regular parade. They get their own costumes, they get their own dance moves, and they entertain on the streets almost as well as we entertain on the floats.
And they hand out the Gazette, right?
Yes, we've got our own bulletin that we've been running for a number of years that gets handed out at the beginning of the parade, and I believe the Dancing Dollins also have them.
Well, speaking of special things, you have special signature floats that are kind of unique, huh?
We do. We have several. The Dictator's Navy.
And that's what you call your king, the dictator.
Right? The king is the dictator. Right? He is, and his identity is never shown or revealed. So we have the Dictator's Navy. We've got the High Priest float. We've got the Candy Wagon, and we've got the Banana Wagon, which is actually pulled by mules.
Isn't that neat?
So we go old school on that one.
You know, most crews wait until their 50th anniversary or something to do a crew history. Not you. You, in 2016, you did a beautiful book written by an anonymous author who had some serious connections to the Times-Picayune a long time ago. Wonderful book. You own your own den. You know, you have so many things that make it unique, but I think most of all is just the fun. I mean, the satire, I think Detente was the crew really that kind of brought that tradition back in your first parade in 1998.
98 was the first time on the street, and we brought back satire, and we also were the first to introduce the Blinky bead.
That's right. That's right. That's a tradition. That's a lot.
I've been in this industry for 16 years and a business owner for 5. And throughout all of those years, I've always known the importance of a New Orleans and Company membership.
Loretta's is the first African-American Black-owned candy company in the city of New Orleans. My mom started it about 3.5 decades ago. And just being a member of New Orleans and Company is just awesome for us as a business.
It's a connection thing, and I think it's a mutual respect. We really respect what they do in bringing people here that otherwise would not have traveled in our direction.
Membership with New Orleans and Company has benefited me greatly. I love that I'm able to receive different RFPs. I'm able to bid on opportunities. That's really important and impactful to a small business.
We'll get phone calls. We need 500 tasters for this event. We need 700 king cakes delivered to the Hilton. Well, when you get that phone call, you know New Orleans and Company was behind it. Not only does it help with just the business and the cash flow, but it puts our name out there. And that's one of the things that New Orleans and Company does so well.
New Orleans and Company is invaluable because they connect us to conventioneers, and they bring in what we call familiarization trips. We're grateful for that because we wouldn't have that reach on our own. And so the circle keeps getting bigger and bigger through New Orleans and Company.
It's important to network with industry colleagues, especially to learn about what's new. So many new businesses are coming online, and New Orleans and Company really helps connect me to them as a member.
They do have a lot of business after hours networking events with our other members. We've got a lot of buyers and a lot of suppliers. That's how we do business together.
New Orleans and Company is the authority on all things hospitality. I wanted to know what was going on and have that direct pipeline to information on who's coming to town. And there's nothing as clean and direct as what I get in being a member with New Orleans and Company.
They keep us on the up and up on what's coming in the city, make sure that we're prepared. They know the logistics around the groups that are coming in town. It's almost like having a best friend that you can call in your back pocket.
You know who to expect as a convention by looking at their monthly calendars. They put it out every 6 weeks, and you could tell exactly how many people a convention's bringing in. They give you the pulse of what's happening in the city on a monthly basis.
I would encourage any business to consider becoming a member of New Orleans and Company if your target audience is visitors coming to New Orleans. It's almost a no-brainer.
I would just say one thing: come to a business after hours, and you're in good company.
What New Orleans and Company brings to the table: networking, marketing, the ability to work with you. At the end of the day, not only are the customers happy, but you're like, oh, thank you guys so much.
What's exciting about craft brewing in New Orleans is we live outside of the norm of the rest of the industry in the rest of the country.
New Orleans is an economy based on social capital. People exchange social capital every day here. It's what makes the city beautiful, and that's exactly what beer does.
There is no city in America with the amount of culture and food per capita that New Orleans has.
We try to make our beers pair with all of our cuisine, our local cuisine. So, easy drinking lagers pair with, great spicy Cajun food. You'd also have, some savory beers that pair with some great barbecue that we've got in town.
Here, we try to do a number of different releases every month, and I think that's pretty common here in New Orleans.
We intentionally are always pushing the envelope in terms of recipes and beer in the brewing process. We don't have a flagship beer. We are always constantly rotating what's on the menu, and that gives us an opportunity to introduce new beer styles to our customers that maybe they haven't had before.
On any given weekend, you could bounce around from 5 or 6 different breweries, and every one of them has a new beer that weekend.
You have so many different influences of culture and food, and not to mention the Creole and Cajun spices that the city is synonymous for. So you really have a lot of different diversity of experiences that you can get by coming to New Orleans and welcoming its citizens.
The people of New Orleans are incredibly welcoming and incredibly kind. Southern hospitality truly lives in this city.
Hospitality in New Orleans is a religion. It is the international language that we all kind of vibrate to. And it just doesn't get any higher in vibration than New Orleans.
People are friendly, they like to chat. So that's pretty much the environment you're walking into. We will treat you as though you are our best friend, even if we don't know you.
Explore the full city. You've got these very unique neighborhoods within the city of New Orleans that offer very unique experiences.
New Orleans is so much more than just Bourbon Street or Jackson Square or the French Quarter. Everywhere you look, there's a little gem that you can find that's unique and different, and you're never going to find another one.
The amount of food and the amount of music that you find here that you really can't find in any other place in the U.S.
New Orleans is one of the very few places in the country where you can just kind of go to any restaurant and chances are you're probably going to have a good experience there. We just do it better here than other cities. The best part about New Orleans is the people, and the people love to share the city with them. I can't think of a better city to have a beer in than in New Orleans.
Shout out to New Orleans and Company for working year-round to make New Orleans a better place to live, work, and visit. Learn more about their impact and how tourism benefits our community at neworleansandcompany.com.
Named by TripAdvisor as the #1 attraction in New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations can understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learned.
My goodness, we're back and you're watching the Clydesdales pass by. They've truly become a staple of carnival season.
Yes, I am a St. Louisan. They are St. Louis horses.
Oh.
Yes, indeed.
We're gearing up. We saw just in front, we saw that the parade tracker is just ahead. So the first bits of coup d'etat should be just behind us.
The Clydesdales are just the start. We'll be looking for the skeleton walking crew that leads the charge of coup d'etat. The crew is made up of 24 satirical floats. I'd say scathingly satirical.
Scathing. Yeah. I would say they're somewhere around the level of kind of a crew de vue that travels to the French Quarter. That's a very scathingly satirical crew. And I think they're not too far off
and there will be
in their humor.
There will be the signature floats, such as the Dictator's Banana Wagon, implying that they are not led by a conventional king, but rather a dictator who makes no bones about it. The High Priest's Candy Wagon, which is patterned after the famous New Orleans favorite Roman candy wagon. Prize throws are blinky skull beads.
Great.
And coup d'etat pioneered blinking beads, which has been a big change in Carnival over the last 20 years.
We were talking about that down below, my friends and I. Hermes is a good example of seeing just how big an emphasis the blinking beads and all the other blinking accoutrements have become. When I was a kid, it wasn't really like this. Blinking beads were few and far between. They were pretty special. And now everyone has the opportunity to go home with something that glinds.
Yes, indeed.
With something that gleams.
We'll also be looking for Fry de Tot shirts, which I think means today is Friday.
Yes.
Fry de Tot. Wooden nickels. Crew cocktail shakers. This sounds promising.
Yes, this is that excited me. Can never have too many of those.
Doubloons shaped like Mardi Gras ladders. I love shaped doubloons.
Yeah.
They always take me by surprise when I see them, and I love them.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool evolution of the doubloon. They don't have to be round.
As well as this year's edition of the d'etat Gazette, which I would say read at your peril.
That might be another one that's not suitable for work, but we'll find out soon enough.
We're gonna know.
We'll show you, because we're hoping to get one. As a matter of fact, looks like we got some friends that are already passing them out.
Tell you what. Now let's see. This would be the Skeleton Crew. Bonsoir, New Orleans. And there they are delivering the news. We can certainly get behind the delivery of a newspaper. And the approach of a color guard carrying the American and Louisiana flags.
Longtime viewers will know this. Sometimes I muse on my time being a child during Carnival season. I was in junior ROTC at my high school and in the band.
Oh, no kidding.
I would go in, I would be in the color guard sometimes. I would move back to the armed drill team, which I was a commander of. And then I would move back to the band, which I was one of the drum majors of. And so I would just run back and forth all evening.
Oh, at the same time you were these things.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd go from having the rifle replica to maybe a tuba to maybe a saber.
Oh, well, And you played an instrument as well as the drums.
I did, yes. I played the tuba. I also played the quad toms and a little bit of snare and a little bit of bass.
Well,
but
man,
tuba was my primary instrument.
Man, the tuba is everything. The tuba
it
is
the
everything.
most. I like. It is so centralized in Carnival. We used to wait till we got kind of in this area and play "Do What You Wanna," big hit. Tuba is front and center. It was a blast.
Which is one of the great message songs ever. Do What You Wanna.
It is maybe one of the most New Orleans songs of all time, if you could distill us down.
We're watching the d'etat dukes or lieutenants pass on their horses. And this is a Carnival custom going back to the very beginning. And the dukes riding these horses typically are people who have contributed to the parade, contributed to the production of the parade.
Interesting.
And next up, flambeaux, which is the oldest form of lighting used on floats back in the 19th century. It consists of nothing more than a can of fuel oil that drips down pipes into burners, and it's the burners are faced with a reflective sheet of metal. And back before electricity, this provided the lighting for floats. And what we learned over the years was that there was just no substitute for natural flames.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here comes the Dictator.
In all their majesty.
Yes. Richard the 28th, if my Roman numerals held up.
You are correct, but it did take me a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. All hail the Dictator. All right. A little gap in the parade now. Oh, well, thank you so much. I would tell them that if I could remember. I think we spotted this one time and said, yes, yes, this is my jacket we're talking about, my purple shiny jacket. Irreplaceable during Carnival. I mean, I can't remember where I got it. I think we probably saw it at a discount rack and said, worth every penny.
I think every New Orleanian has like their perfect quintessential Carnival outfit. Maybe they'll save it for Fat Tuesday. Maybe they'll break it out for Endymion. But everyone has their quintessential, like, this is going to be the one. This is a newer thing I'm trying. I did wear it now. I am an outfit repeater. I'm sorry. I did wear this on Wednesday, the turtleneck. But I did add the blazer.
Excellent.
Very green.
Excellent. Okay, Tulane Marching Band coming, green waving down the street. We learned during Hermes that if we predict they're going to play here, we will certainly be wrong. So the trick is to bet the house that they won't play here.
Smart.
Right.
Roll wave.
Bourbon was running around.
I'm super excited.
Wonder who it was.
Man, I've got a few friends that are lucky enough to have carnival birthdays, and you just cannot beat. It's like the whole city throws you a party.
Tell you what.
That was neat.
All right. All right.
I'm seeing, so you're seeing the spare tractor. These are throughout the route. Things happen. I gotta say, knock on wood, we haven't really had the types of slowdowns that sometimes tend to plague carnival season.
Oh, Kerry, you're tempting fate.
I know, I said
tempting fate.
It's like when an announcer says, they've made the last 45 field goals, no problem. I do feel like I've done a little bit of that. But I had to point it out. It's been relatively smooth so far.
Okay, what we did was we discovered that if we predicted or even whispered that we hoped the band would play in front of the stands here, they would not. So we used reverse psychology, and we would declare there was no chance, and like magic, it would occur.
Well, let's keep it going.
Like Alex said, 100% sometimes.
I don't want to shake the boat, so let's keep going. I love it.
And here comes the banana wagon. Mule drawn, yes indeed, yes indeed. There they go. More dukes or lieutenants coming, lieutenants.
Wow,
A Mardi Gras custom from the beginning. All right, now we have some floats on the way. This is the title float.
Wow, this one's got some fantastic animatronic action going, it seems.
I like it. It's a moving Jolly Roger skull. Beautifully, beautifully made floats. D'Etat's Heroes and Zeros. Oh, the mind boggles. And here we go. Abdul the Tent Maker.
Oh, we are moving right along.
Yes. Which I remember had something to do with a regular caller to a sports program. But that is all I can remember.
Interesting. We just mentioned a little bit earlier. This is the candy wagon modeled after the Roman candy cart. Maybe you've seen it near the zoo or inside of the zoo.
Yes.
I remember when they were 25 cents. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No kidding.
Now we're talking. Moon pies. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Wish us luck.
Here we go. Moon pie. Moon pie. Moon pie. Yes.
We've got one.
Excellent.
Chocolate.
All right. Now we're getting down to business.
We're already moving. This is float number 3, the High Priest. With the skeleton with the flambeau on the front.
Isn't that wonderful?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Before we get into the reprehensible humor, we should observe how beautifully made the floats are. The colors, the painting, the sculpture. Bravo to Royal Artists.
And right behind us, Charles Drew High School. Let's listen in.
This float is titled The Giggler, and based on the bulletin provided by Coup d'etat, this is the former Democratic Vice President rendered as the Joker. Oh, excellent. All right. Whoa. All right. I got a lighted dictator. Here comes the Sunshine Brass Band, who I predict are not going to play anywhere near us.
Not one note. Ooh, this is float number 5.
And the next float is called the Wander Dog, and it is devoted. Oh, I'm sorry, the Dictator's Guard. Sword raised. The Jolly Roger again. There's your umbrella hat. Excellent.
And following right behind, Ponchatoula High School on the other side of the lake.
All right. Who I predict will not play. No way.
So far, it has come to pass.
If
our ears play hard to get, they maybe want to play for us a little bit.
Perfect. You know, a marching band on a football field is one thing. but you pinch a marching band between two buildings like this, and you really get the effect. It's great.
Absolutely. It's very direct show. The sound screams down the street.
It does. All right, the next float is going to be about New Orleans hero Scrim, the celebrity mutt
Cannot
that
be
escaped capture for 11 months on the streets of New Orleans.
Survived and found his way through our blizzard.
Yes.
Was free during the blizzard.
Leapt from a second-story window to achieve freedom.
As if by magic.
The New York Times yet described Scrim as the spirit of New Orleans, embodying the spirit of New Orleans.
I love that. I watched a 5-minute piece on Scrim during the NBC Nightly News right before the 50th anniversary of SNL. They spent the last 5 minutes of the national news talking about our friend Scrim.
There you go. The Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, and of course, the Times-Picayune documented that dog's every move. Yes!
Whoa, that was a great snag.
All right, throw me something, mister. Yes, indeed. All right. Coup d'etat playing cards. Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Playing cards, fantastic. This little bag came my way.
Oh, what'd you get?
Oh, there are your doubloons.
Oh, you got a whole bag of them.
Oh my goodness, they're all the doubloons.
Oh my
they're
goodness.
every style that they throw.
Now we have a marching honor guard. Who do we have here? I just don't recognize my marching
one of the
groups.
academies.
Thank you. I love this. That's so cool. All right. Another float on the way. And this is float number 7, Ragin' Cajun. And I can't imagine who they're referring to. I'll leave that to the viewer's imagination. What do we have here? Executive orders.
Looks
An
like
alligator.
the governor.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
They would never. It's got to borrow that nickname from another local Louisianian.
That's it. I'm sure you're mistaken, Kerry, about that. All right, here we go. The Hall of Injustice is coming our way. Float number 8, the Hall of Injustice.
It would take us all evening to discuss all of the references being made on this float.
Yes, one must
Our City
read.
Hall is an interesting place, to say the least.
One must read quickly. Is that a rodent? Wait a minute. There seem to be rodents on that float. All right. Once again, after Hurricane Katrina, starting a little earlier, but particularly after Hurricane Katrina, there was a great blossoming of ironic adult dance troupes. And it's one of my very favorite parts of 21st Century Carnival.
You know, the numbers have really shot up. There are lots of new, very vibrant, massive groups.
For instance, I have never seen the Voodoo Dolls, but they are wonderful. Healing NOLA, one dance at a time. Have they put a curse on us? I don't feel it
Oh
all.
my goodness.
I don't feel it all cursed.
Quite the opposite.
They're wonderful.
Now remember what we said earlier. And right on cue, this one's going to be on the blue side, even literally.
All right. The Invisible Woman. Let's see if we can decode this.
We won't dive into it, but NOLA.com is a great resource to find out exactly how this city runs. I'll just say that. Do your own research.
All right. Politicians, journalists. There we are. Another color guard with an American flag and perhaps coup d'etat flags.
Oh, and following right behind, this says Dictators Dancing Diddy Party. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Strap in, folks.
These are the annual Dictators Dancing Darlings, an all-male dance troupe with the worst instincts, the worst.
Oh dear.
All these adult satirical dance troupes have become such a big part of Carnival. The 610 Stompers, the Pussyfooters, and among them, the Dictators Dancing Darlings. They have really perfected their dance moves. I think we can agree on that. They move as one.
I can tell that's what the most time was spent on. The choreography.
I'm sure the dictator will punish them for that. Here we go. Oh, and
staying on theme.
Staying on theme. Float number 10, the Diddler. And once again, we won't rob you of your opportunity to decode this float on your
you
own.
are more than welcome to use context clues. I will say the exclamation points on the jacket with the colon inspired choice. That's all I'll say. Inspired choice.
All right. Excellent. That might be a glowing cup. And this is the Mount Carmel Academy dancers. And as sometimes happens, the parade is paused. We have had some beautiful nights for parades. After Sunday, which would have been an awful time.
We've had absolutely wonderful luck, even when it was cold. It wasn't super cold. I mean, this is as comfortable as I probably felt all carnival season.
I mentioned this before, but it's interesting to me. An LSU professor named Lori Wilkie studied the throwing of beads as an anthropological study, and she determined that this is a game that we play.
Oh.
And once you hear that, it will always be a part of your carnival because it is a game.
Absolutely. And so we're in a lucky/unique position because we're in the stands. Now we have some friends that are above us and a little bit further back. So you'll see lots of footballs, lots of sporting equipment thrown because they got to show off. They want to show the skills. I always say if you want to catch a lot, make it a game. Grab a net, maybe grab a piece of cardboard, draw a basketball hoop on it. They're going to try every time to get it in the hoop. Every time.
I've ridden on floats, and there's just nothing more satisfying than making eye contact with somebody and tossing beads and seeing that they've caught them.
Yes.
It's it is endlessly satisfying.
Likewise, there is no disappointment like watching a rider watch you drop something that they really wanted you to have.
Right.
If you're lucky, they'll try again. Not always.
Right. It's that quarterback look. Where you drop that?
We'll get you next play.
You drop that? All right. But it also answers the questions. Why do we want these plastic beads? Why do we want these things? And the answer is kind of, well, starting on Ash Wednesday, we don't.
Yeah.
But before then, we want them intensely.
Oh, they're trophies.
Yeah.
You can catch up 100 trophies every day.
Here comes float 11, Thor. All right. Let's see what we make of this. I think we can assume that Todd has imposed their usual sensitivities to this.
That's a good word, sensitivities.
How'd you do?
Ooh.
Okay, the Madison Preparatory Academy Band is on the way. I am so pessimistic. I cannot imagine that they would pause and play for our pleasure.
Kind of a no-fail. We're like 6 for 6 on bands. It's kind of a no-fail way to go.
Yeah, I think we've got it now. Got it now. Another one of the inevitable pauses in the parades. Parades are such big, complicated things. It's a wonder it doesn't happen more often.
Yes.
Last night, the parade that I was a chaperone in, Muses, was delayed by practically 2 hours before we got out of the blocks.
I remember I was down, I think, I was just nearly in this very spot last night, and I believe that it had ended here around 12:30 a.m.
I got to bed at about 2 a.m., which is way past my bedtime.
Same. Same. I have to be up about 4.5 hours after that, so I try not to be up at 2.
No. That's terrible. Well, there's no telling what might have happened. Last night, I understand, the word we got was that floats had collided, which I didn't perfectly understand how that happened, but
yeah, interesting.
That's what I heard, and now you can't tell, but a vehicle flat tire, some breakdown, who knows? Oh. But it will start up again.
Absolutely.
They always do. They always do. There you go. Which also happens.
There might be a little bit behind, so they might be waiting for the floats trailing to catch up a little bit. Try to minimize these gaps as the parade goes on. Give a little space to catch up. That'll probably happen just ahead of us because it continued to move. So they'll probably have something very similar around the Gallier Hall area.
Yes. All true. Well, while we wait, here's a quiz for you. Who do you think started the custom of parades throwing gifts to the crowd? The answer is possibly Santa Claus. It was 1871, and the parade was the 12th Night Revelers. The last float in the parade was Santa, the jolly old elf, who had a basket of toys from a local department store that he tossed to the crowd as he passed. And that may be the first time that gifts were tossed to the crowd from a parade in New Orleans. And I think that there's a very good chance that that's true, because it was 1871, and the young men who would found the Rex Parade the next year were probably watching that parade and probably said to themselves, that's not a bad idea. That is just speculation on my part. There's no newspaper story that says so. It's just a coincidence, but I don't doubt it. So fast forward not long, by another 10 years, and we read about trinkets being tossed at Gallier Hall, so that we know parades had begun throwing things, and then by 1912 we have the first notice of beads in a parade. A young man dancing to catch the attention of young women with a strand of beads. And so that is how beads became part of our culture.
Isn't that the way it goes?
Isn't that the way it goes?
A classic case of peacocking.
Exactly.
And it changed the course of an entire city.
Exactly. And by the 1930s, you don't read about throwouts, as they were called, or throws, or trinkets, as much as you read about beads. So by the 1930s, another 25 years later, and we are Bead City.
Yes, and trinkets seem to have been reintroduced with a vengeance.
Yeah. I think we may be seeing the era of the bead waning. At least there's more variety.
Absolutely. And that's really one of the things that I enjoy about a crew like Ferret, who we saw on Saturday. I love a practical throw. I love a coffee, red beans. I've caught soap. I've caught hand sanitizer. Just a nice, practical, useful thing.
Yeah.
That's a real prize for me.
And, I try to make use of them just to be in the spirit of it. So, like, for weeks after Mardi Gras last year, we used Muse's napkins around the house because,
And you get so many.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
I can't wait to see. The images on these Coup d'etat playing cards.
Oh, yeah, that's
bound to be terrific.
I would be remiss if I didn't bring up that not 15 minutes ago, I made a point of stating very clearly that there hadn't really been any situations like breakdowns or long pauses. It was only about 15 minutes ago I said that.
Well,
and we did mention that maybe I was toying a little bit with fate.
Well, Kari, I didn't say anything aloud, but in my heart, I blamed you for all that's happened.
I will take that.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right. We're watching the crowd become a little restless, throwing a few.
But right on time, we've got
here
motion.
We go. All right.
Yes, we had a few friends jump into the street there, and now they're clearing as the parade is starting to move again. Oh, dude.
Careful.
I know, man.
Careful. I drove a chaperone's truck in Muses. You do want to have your eyes wide open. You do indeed.
Head on a swivel.
Here we go. Here we go. Now I've got to find out where we are. Oh,
my
one of my favorites.
Worth the wait,
the
everyone.
610 Stompers. I began my career as an art critic, and it is hard to look at floats and other things in Carnival and not interpret them artistically. And I swear, the 610 Stompers, like the Pussyfooters, like some of the other groups, are some of the best works of art I've ever gotten to write about.
Yeah,
ordinary
absolutely.
men with extraordinary moves. Difficult to put your finger on what the humor is.
But we're all in on it.
But we
all understand it and we appreciate it. And
Yes,
it's been fun to
indeed.
kind of watch them grow in a national, like I believe they did the Macy's parade fairly recently. So it's very exciting to kind of see them grow in this way. And they are a very large crew. Their auditions are exciting, massive. People come from far and wide to watch the auditions or to audition themselves.
They went from eccentric to institution in absolutely no time.
It is not Carnival without the 610
There you go.
Stompers.
All hail the 610 Stompers. That gentleman is the founder.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Still got the moves.
All right. Ordinary men with extraordinary moves. I disagree. I think they are extraordinary men. Remain hydrated. Always excellent. Always excellent. Okay. We have a couple more lieutenants coming by, horseback. And then we are looking forward to a float titled The Cesspool. Float 12, The Cesspool. The mind boggles at its approach. Once again, throw me something, mister. Yay! Yay! Once again, we would not limit the possible interpretations by imposing our own.
I would be remiss if I did not mention that my alma mater is coming down the streets.
All right.
All the way from Jefferson, Louisiana, Riverdale High School, and the Scottish Rebels. My goodness.
All right.
I think they're still playing the tuba I played. That's amazing. It's gotten a lot of mileage over the last couple
Will
decades.
you be able to recognize your tuba?
Oh yes. I put half the dents in it myself.
During your custodianship of the tuba.
The Lassies are passing us right now.
No way they play.
For those wondering, they did get new tubas. I did not recognize mine.
All right, the next float, float 11, the Creole Panther. Has something to do with recent changes in Carnival and possible future changes, etc. Whoa, nice.
Jumping, that was fun to see.
That
The
was
game
good.
part, that
Good.
was exciting.
Good for you.
That was very exciting.
That was impressive.
A leaping catch.
Here comes
Kingsbury High School out of Memphis, Tennessee.
Hello, Memphis. Welcome to town.
I love a traveling school.
Imagine how thrilling it must be to be a high school kid who comes with the band and plays in a Mardi Gras parade.
Oh man, I cannot imagine traveling down here to do that. Must be fun. We saw a school, Oak Park, that came out of Michigan on the last Enduring Hermes, and I was like, that must be exciting.
Surely most of them It's their first Mardi Gras parade.
And those bands, they'll probably stick around all weekend. They probably have a parade tomorrow and Sunday. You don't make the trip down for one night.
Yeah. Float number 14, Wonder Woman. Throw me something, mister. All right. This looks like the Royal Studios, Royal Artists Float truck. The artists who built this parade also do the Rex Parade and a couple of others, as well as an out-of-town parade or two. They use old-style methods.
I was just gonna say,
yeah.
Do they specialize in more of a classic? Because I can. It's hard to pin down exactly what specifically does it, but you can tell. Like these definitely have a different style than what we've seen so far.
It has to do with how they build the floats, using old-fashioned materials. The mighty marching Hurricanes from South Plaquemine High School. Yes, excellent, bravo. Nice syncopation at the end there.
Coming up, we've got this one. This is Frat Man.
Float number 15, Frat Man.
You might not think about it immediately, but New Orleans has all the hallmarks of a college town. Just in the heart of uptown, we've got Tulane and Loyola University, and they love carnival. So they pick their spots early. And that's poking a little bit of fun at that.
Yes, a little bit.
You might see those folks out there 3 or 4 days before a parade.
Here comes the Heartbeat Dancers.
This is another one that I'm not familiar with.
No, I have not seen.
I love the vaporwave aesthetic.
All right, float 16, Boy Blunder.
And a facsimile of a Robin costume from
Yes.
Batman and Robin.
Robin character, who could it be? Oh, our satire has apparently drifted to the suburbs.
Yes, this is a deep cut, a Metairie Jefferson Parish cut.
Throw me something! And the pink slip, this is one of my neighbors.
Oh,
One of
delightful.
my neighbors is in this group.
What a beautiful pirate ship. This is the Dictator's Navy. This is float number
Comes
17.
the Dictator's Navy.
this crew is moving.
Yes,
We've only got a few more left.
A beautiful float, as you said. We suspect that piracy was involved. It was the Destrehan High School Marching Band, who would under no circumstance play within earshot. Once again, bravo, bravo. Kept our toes tapping. What's coming up next?
Here I come. Here I come.
All right, here we go. The Revengers, which could possibly have a national politics vibe.
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it, but that's a familiar seeming face.
Yes.
Yes, we don't keep it just local for coup d'etat. They may pop out.
Yes.
And dive into the greater discourse.
Yes, their dissatisfaction is far and wide. I do love the flowers.
And here comes Morris Jeff right behind in their Pelican Marching Band.
The next float we'll be looking for is the Legion of Gloom.
Now, we were talking about Raging Cajuns. This looks an awful lot like one of our hometown sons, James Carville.
They wouldn't.
They would never. So I'll tell you what. One thing about Louisiana.
Ah. Whoa. Ah. The Ramblers. The Ramblers band.
We said it would happen. We said it would happen.
All right. The Terminated.
Oh.
Oh. Is that poor Coach Dennis Allen? They wouldn't.
Ah.
They wouldn't.
Former Saints head coach Dennis Allen.
Oh. That's reprehensible.
Oh. They've got my guy Buddy D on the side. May he rest.
Oh.
With a fresh update.
All right.
Another school from Memphis.
How about
Memphis
that?
showing out.
Kirby High, the beast from the east.
That was delightful. Perhaps a tribute to the late, great Norman Lear. That was the theme song to Good Times when it passed last year.
We see Kryptonite coming. Float number 21, Kryptonite.
Kryptonite famously the one of two weaknesses of Superman. The other being magic.
Well, I thought you were going to say Lois Lane.
Three.
All right. And this could be a subtle satire of the energy company and float number 22, Aquaman. Throw me something, mister. All right. And float number 23, Super Trump, devoted to the President of the United States. No. Oh man, you're good at catching those cups.
They just land in my hands.
Oh, all right. The last float is coming. I've caught another saber here.
Number 24, Catwoman.
Number 24, Catwoman. You are excellent at catching things.
I cannot believe what we have come across here. Oh my goodness. We are flush once again. I forgot I was wearing this until I'm seeing myself again. Moon pies out the wazoo, multiple flavors. We got.
Wait a minute, you're holding out on me. You're holding out on me.
We had a chocolate one. I don't know where it went.
Oh, I bet I do.
This hat landed right in my hands. Couple cups, maybe a dozen cups. Football.
Good hands on the cup. Soft hands.
Listen, Saints, I'm available. I am 33, so you don't have to pay me like $20 million. I'll take like 60 grand, to be honest. You know.
I think a 4-year contract is only fair.
Listen, I appreciate the advocacy.
Hot flashing sabers for your next raid on an innocent town or something. Wonderful playing cards.
This is really exciting.
Very useful.
Taking the vibe of coup d'etat and distilling it into the playing cards. I'm sure there'll be lots of fun things that, you know. This might be a set of cards you bring out with your friends, maybe an adult's poker night.
You've made me a little apprehensive, but I'm gonna take them home anyway. And this may be the cup.
Wow.
This may be the sort of cup that changes colors when you put a
some sort of like a hot or a cold
so
liquid.
like when you put your hot chocolate or lemonade in there.
Now, we were also talking about the doubloons, and you said that there were some of different colors. I've got here in different shapes, right? Not a circle. This is a Mardi Gras ladder.
I love that. I love that. Somebody distract Kari so I can steal one of these banana moon pies, which are my favorite thing.
We got a little bit of everything. My goodness, we did it.
Yay!
We did it. No stone unturned.
I almost forgot. A femur bone. I think this came maybe from the scrim float, or maybe not.
And we're not even done yet. There's still another one.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness, Morpheus right behind. As if by magic. My goodness, look, Morpheus is getting ready to start, but before I do anything, I have to thank Doug for coming on, dropping all the knowledge. Fantastic. It was wonderful sharing this parade with you.
I'll tell you what, man. My pleasure. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you as well.
Next time.
Next time. My friend Alex Wallace will be back, and we'll be back in just a moment with the start of Morpheus. So please stick around. See you soon. My goodness.
All right. What a rare treat that was, y'all. Welcome to NOLA.com's Mardi Gras for all y'all, brought to you by New Orleans & Company. We are coming to you live from the LCMC stage. My name is Alex Martinez Wallace.
I'm Kyrie Armstead.
And we are so happy to be with you. Y'all, 2 parades down, 1 left to go. Morpheus is quickly approaching. As you can see, we've got ponies galore. Observe this pony.
Oh my,
unlike
look at
you've
them in
ever
the
seen
front.
before.
Like I've never seen.
Ponies like you've
Very
never
little.
seen. These are horsey dreamscapes that we are witnessing. Look at me.
You are to the 9s, the 10s, the 11s.
Look at me.
Oh my, wow. She is
Let's
beauty.
go.
She is grace. She is a bag of beads to the face.
That was terrific. Yeah, that was what a wild parade that was. The satire was biting. And now Morpheus will be a horsey of a different color, I think.
I think so.
But equally as much of a delight and full of wonderment as well. Did you make any good catches?
Did I make? Oh my goodness! Moon pies, dozens, maybe thousands. Even.
Wow.
Maybe thousands.
Wow.
Koozies, light up swords, bones.
Wow.
We got these are from Hermes, but they're
Proper
heavy.
cups.
They're heavy.
Yes, I
Very,
want to bring
very
a bunch
much.
of cups to my senior center for
Yes.
sure.
Well,
And
I
these
will
are-
take one of those.
Sure.
You should take all the rest of the 30.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, wonderful. What a great night this has been. The streets are lit up with prowess. Everyone is still glowing from various Hermes catches, and then there's added ones
You're
from
getting a little
the
break.
top.
This always happens in between. A little
yeah.
break where the kids, they run out. They're going to throw the ball around. They're going to run up and down the street.
Yeah, look at the fun and the
They're
joy.
gonna stretch their legs.
It's true.
It's when you're a kid, it's hard to stay in one spot. A parade, you're standing in one spot, you're catching. It's good to be able to stretch your legs, take a moment. I remember those days.
It's hard for me to stay in one spot right now.
That's true. I did wear my comfortable shoes today. I thought I had.
Oh, smart.
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah. Look
I
at
got
those.
these-
They
these
look
are the
very
whale
nice.
shoes.
The whale. Oh yes, that's true. You had to be there.
You had to
Anyway,
be
you had to be there. Yeah. No. What did you do today outside of parading?
I went to work.
Oh, terrible.
This is the longest day maybe of my life.
Wow.
So I mentioned this earlier. I was not on the parade cam last night, but you all know that if you're watching. I
Right.
believe it was Mary and Aubrey.
Yes.
And so I did hang out about 6 or 7 feet that way. I stayed for all 3 of the parades with music. Music ended in this spot around 12:30 a.m.
Oh.
And and for safety's sake and all those things, we decided to Uber back. I didn't get home till 2.
No.
Woke up at 6:15 to get ready. I work at a school, so I woke up at 6:15 to get ready for work. Then school all day. Napped maybe 6 minutes.
Very sweet.
Maybe
6.
6 minutes.
Very
like
nice.
maybe.
I love
so,
that.
we're on fumes, but we're still going.
You got new
It's Carnival.
glasses.
I did. Apparently
And
the same
they're the
ones.
same glasses
like
that I have.
exactly the same.
Precisely the same, and that's because they are the cheapest on Zenny Optical.
Absolutely.
So we are looking peak stylish right now. I had a snack before I got here. I went to the St. James Cheese Factory. St. James Cheese Store. It's not a factory.
It's been a while. I think it's St. James Cheese Company.
It could be. It's not a factory.
It is not a factory.
No, they sell all manner of cheeses, and I ate like a lump of brie, and I ate to myself a wedge of like aged Gouda
Oh,
with crystals in it.
that sounds crystals.
You ever had the cheese, the like Gouda or Parmesan that's aged just right, and you bite it and there's like crystals that pop?
Yes. Wow. That's a good place. We've done like friends and I spent like $100 at St. James.
Bruh, it's very easy to do it. We've got the Sirens.
The Sirens.
Y'all, it has begun. We are at Morpheus. Morpheus is here. They have come around Harmony Circle, and now they are making their way down St. Charles. And behold, we have the marching crew, the Sirens. You can see them in the light there. Their arms flapping in the winds. Look at this pirate ship.
Pirate ship.
Massive pirate ship.
Is there some type of smoke effect happening?
I'm going to say 100% yes.
That is very good.
And we've also got bubble wonderment to behold. We've got the skeletons of mermaids upon the ship. And there are the ladies, sirens, all of them. Very cool. Look at the mermaid skeletons. Very nice. And the sirens themselves, look at the wigs. A wig is a great investment, ladies and gentlemen.
If you don't have one wig,
what are you doing?
And you live or travel or visit here,
Oh.
then I don't know what to tell you.
No, you should be having at least 3 wigs in your house at all time. You never know when you're going to need one.
That's true. And I was always told this, no matter who you are,
Yeah.
that if you're a New Orleanian, you probably have at least one wig and at least one dress in your closet.
Yes. My gosh.
I used to have a wedding dress. I have no idea where it went.
No. I have this pink number, and I look just positively wonderful in
Just
it.
divine.
Just divine. All right, who we got here? We got a marching crew.
Oh, we saw them last week.
Roo-la-la. Here they are in the flesh.
The Roopocalypse.
The Roopocalypse. And behold, they look marvelous. Wow. Wow. That's all you can say is wow. Wow. Yay! Yay! That's Rachel
familiar
Swan.
faces.
We had Rachel in that crew. Let's go. Roo-la-la. All right, we have the U.S. Marine Corps Band and Color Guard, and it do appear they shall be playing. So as they approach, let's listen to the band. Was looking sharp. And behold, I've seen this float before, and there it is again. The ice bricks. Isn't it? It's like a pile of icy bricks, and they've got icy glitter
Similar
fingers.
to maybe an igloo?
Oh, Morpheus salutes the command staff of the Marine Forces Reserve. Behold, there they are. All right.
The Marines, the few, the proud.
That's it. That's exactly right.
I've said this before, the few. Now, I think they've been at the start of every parade, so how few are they? They're enough to have 3 bands.
You know what? There's enough to have 3 bands anyway. And that's true. Oh my gosh, the child's in the middle of the street. Somebody grab him. There we go. And we have a marching crew of sorts.
Simmons College of Kentucky out of Louisville.
College of Kentucky. Here they are. All right, Simmons College. They have a band here in Tennessee. They may, y'all. As they approach, one thing we can guarantee, this band will not play. It will not play, so don't get your hopes up. Let's listen. Y'all, the magic works. If you insist that the band will not play, you can guarantee that the band will play. And I've just proven it, have I not? A marvel to behold. They played just for us. Yo, we have a float swiftly approaching. Morpheus off to a good start. We got bands playing literally right in front of us just for us. That's when the band struck up, and it was a marvel to behold. This is the captain and officers of Morpheus. We have a winged horsey aloft in the sky on the crest of clouds and red bricks. The red M for Morpheus. The sparkling moons and neon lights shifting to every color. It's a wonder to behold. Mark me, a wonder.
Oh my goodness. The famed Pegasus.
I suppose a winged horsey has another name. Pegasus. I caught a shirt. And I caught beads. The camera caught a bag of beads. Oh man. That camera took a wallop.
Very scary.
That was so exciting, y'all.
I said this earlier. I'm starting to notice sometimes it seems that the camera is a target
Yes.
for some riders.
Yes. Ah. Abramson Psi Academy. Colors of blue, white, and red.
The Beast from the East. Now, wait a minute. I feel like I've heard that already today.
Did you?
I think there are multiple beasts for multiple Easts rolling tonight.
Let's see what this shirt looks like. Let's see if it's my size. And what I can insist upon is the fact that this band will not play right in front of us. Not a
Not
chance.
a single note.
No.
Not one note.
We shall not hear the toot of a single horn. Let's listen very carefully.
As if by magic.
By magic, that worked
is so
a rare
delightful.
treat.
Wowie zowie.
Wowie zowie. Yeah, times a million. Wow. 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 Great band. Giant. Would you rather have a silver tootie horn or a gold-colored tootie horn?
Ooh. You know what? I was always partial for a long time when I played. We had two tubas in the band for a long time when I played, and I played the silver one, and I got really accustomed to that one.
I love
but
that.
gold is just, I mean, a pristine gold horn. It's actual magic.
We have a float here. This is the King Morpheus float.
My goodness, he was so good in The Matrix.
Behold the king. In his white gown.
Just threw 20 cups.
At least 1,000 cups came billowing out of his hands. A silver crown. And there he is.
Very similar to the one that, is it King John wears in Robin Hood? Except
Yeah.
that one's gold, but
That
it's kind of
one's
got a similar
gold.
style.
Yes, yeah, it's true. Crowns are something interesting, aren't they? Just the concept of a crown. I wonder who wore the first crown.
Ooh, the
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who said that? Like, oh yeah, the top of my head has to have like the shiniest thing. I
I've
own.
got an idea. Yeah, here you're gonna know me. Observe, and I wonder what the first crown looked like. And this king is presently the king of partying down.
The king of the thriller.
Look at him.
A rare February listening of Thriller by Michael Jackson.
Yes. There he is. Wave that scepter, Your Royal Highness.
Now, this king has performed an action so far that can sometimes be a little unique to royalty in a Mardi Gras crew. This is near the end. You know, it's more than halfway.
Yes.
You know, and it's kind of tough to keep rocking, to keep your wits about you. You know, maybe you become a friend of the drink during
Sure.
the parade. And now he seems to still be really in it.
He is, and
Really
he's
in it.
throwing things.
Yes.
Normally the king has his subjects.
Stands there,
throw
waves, and they've got
things.
little buddies that throw. But he is joined in on the action.
This is potentially the leader that we need. You know what I mean?
I think you might be right.
This is it. We need a king that throws cups, and not just one or two, but billows of them.
All of them.
Sir,
Every
a
cup.
billow of cup, please. Sir, a billow of cup.
We will take no less than 11 cups.
Oh, well.
Well, it's okay.
Sorry. Behold, Belle Chase High School, and here they are. Cardinal Band. And you know what? It's a shame. They will not play right here in front of us.
They
There's
actively refuse.
not a toot from their horn. Gentlemen, let's listen. The magic works. Every time. There's no denying.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Every time. That was some quality playing. And here we have a silver truck with folks throwing some beads. Every little bit helps, y'all. A glorious silver truck. A marvel. Behold, a marvelous silver truck.
Now you're saying that, and they're seeing a black truck.
I think I prefer silver tootie horns myself.
Ooh.
Behold, the queen of Morpheus. And she is also genuinely feeling the music. Wow, she is in this.
I like our chances.
Let's see. Perhaps she too will throw a billow of cups. Mark me. I'm going to try to catch something. I'm going to try.
Unfortunately, not much luck, but luckily the NOLA Showgirls are here.
I caught a small billow of cups. The NOLA Showgirls.
Brighten our evening.
Woo! They look absolutely marvelous. Genuinely a delight and a wonderment. Spellbounding vision. Incredible. Wow.
Crew de la Renaissance.
And this truck pulling has lights underneath it, and it's potentially magical.
Ooh,
Look,
potentially.
observe. Observe the magic. And it is pulling a boat aloft. The boat is aloft of blue waves. They've got it's a pirate ship nobody can deny. Observe. And there are pirates.
Oh, and it's being followed by one of those streetcar style floats.
Yes. They have a pirate flag. These are real pirates.
These are very real pirates.
Yeah.
They only fly under the colors of black with a Jolly Roger right on top.
Yes. Toys for Tots. Float number 4, the U.S. Marine Corps' Toys for Tots. This year, my wife, Naj, she organized a big toy giveaway via Toys for Tots. And it was a massive success.
Fantastic.
A massive success.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Some pretty cool toys were gifted. It was really great.
I love that.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope that continues. I would love to participate this year.
Yes.
It's a ways away, I guess, the holidays, but you're never too early to start planning.
I assure you, if we do it again, I will say, Kyrie, remember when you promised, because it is a buttload of work.
Yes.
Separating the toys into the right packages for everyone and things like that. So if you would like to help, reach out, Wallace's Fine Cuts on Instagram, and I will conscript you into Toys for Tots giveaway assistance. Potentially, I don't know. We'll play it by ear, y'all. And it do look like a real streetcar. No one can deny. The Marines are working hard to throw beads to people at the highest heights, and they are succeeding. Marines are not ones to give up. And behold, they are succeeding where others have failed. This slight pause denotes a toast going on at Gallier Hall.
Yes, the loyalty is just ahead of us. We saw them just a moment ago.
Yeah.
And right now you're looking at John Ehret High School coming all the way from the other side of the river.
And it's always good to let the bands charge up before they get to us. Mind you, they will not play. They will not play.
They outright refuse.
They will not play in front of us. However, they are charging up their prowess right now. So we'll see what happens. anything's possible. Last time myself and Kyrie were here with the parades, we got to talking about what the best kinds of toast there are. And there were a lot of different opinions. Kyrie, what was your favorite toast?
I legitimately do not remember this conversation. Toast?
Toast.
Like a way to eat bread?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What did I say?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Because I don't want to change my answer.
No,
whatever I said, I still agree.
No, I reckon. What's your favorite? If you could only have one kind of toast the rest of your life, what would it be?
Only have one.
Oh, you said Hawaiian rolls. I think.
I did. We really did talk about this. Wow, you're right.
How
I
could you
said
forget?
a Hawaiian roll hot dog.
That's right. This was 2 days ago.
Well, listen. It was 2 very long days ago, and I participate in the same debauchery during Carnival as everyone else.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up another toast conversation and the thousands you undoubtedly have every day.
Maybe 7 times a day we talk about toast.
All right, y'all. They're not going to play, but let's listen real close, okay?
As if by magic, they waited until they were passing by us. The exact moment they passed in front of us, start playing their cadence.
Well, we got some good drum work, for sure. I like when the drums are banged with such prowessfulness that you can feel it in your chest.
Prowessfulness.
Prowessfulness, yes. It shakes the core of you, I like that the best. Same with like fireworks. My favorite fireworks is the one they bang and you feel them in your chest and they're so big. Those are the best fireworks.
I've never really been a big fireworks person. It's a trait I share with dogs.
Oh, fair. Yeah, it's true. That's fair. I don't like fireworks you can buy from the store, but I don't know why. I take great delight in like big old fireworks. All right, y'all. Behold a float unlike any I've ever seen. I think it's a cat with muscles. Is it a cat with muscles? It is a... No. It's not at all a cat. Morpheus celebrates 25 years. It is not a cat.
From the pecs up, it kind of looks a little bit like Alex Pomez.
It does look a little bit like Alex Pomez.
Yes, his chest is a little too bare, which you all know. You all know. You've
the
been
chest
there.
hair.
You've been there.
Yeah. Wow. Look at his hands. What a terrific carving. His green eyes, piercing. His ears. I don't know what's going on. I really thought he was a cat. His beard, a delight. And he sits upon a starry sky with dreamy clouds below, and of course, blue, glowing glitter fingers along the bottom of this marvelous float. Morpheus is the god of dreams, the god of sleep. And so, he is a nighttime deity.
Ooh.
And there he is.
At night.
At night.
That's now.
Aloft. And this is float 5 and 6. It's a double float. And it might be they're having another toast. My favorite toast. Kyrie, are you paying attention? My favorite toast.
I'm paying too much attention, probably.
Oh, it's all right. We'll talk about it later. It's moving again. And mark me, I'll catch something. Kyrie is successfully catching the world.
I'm really trying my best. The bees just kind of like magnet
Yes.
to my hands. They just stick them.
It's true. I'm gonna try to get a shirt. Ah, yes. Gorgeous.
If you're keeping track, now you're up to 2 shirts.
I've got 2 shirts. We're bargaining, y'all.
We're really trying.
Wow. We caught a gorgeous mask.
It's gorgeous.
Genuinely.
It's gorgeous.
Kyrie, it's calling your name.
That is delightful. I'm gonna have so much nonsense on it. I'm gonna put the umbrella hat back on before the night's over.
Kyrie.
It's absolutely good. What?
Wow.
This is.
Wait, can we show it on the camera real quick?
Yeah, if we have a moment, we would
All right.
love to show you. Look at this.
Go up real close. Let them see the details.
So many details.
Wow.
Look at this. Betty Boo. Boo Boppy Doo.
Boo Bop.
No, it's got like frilly
It's
little
got
things.
a taste of hair.
There might be a little bit of. No. But this is absolutely delightful.
Yo, they did great. Thank
Yeah.
y'all.
How delightful. Oh, it's got a QR so we can track it.
Wow.
Yeah, I can remind them that they do this to us.
Love that.
Later. At what point did you catch 6 sleep masks, Mr. Wallace?
Sleep masks. Wow, look at those.
You caught so many sleep masks.
Sleep masks for Morpheus, the god of dreams and sleep. It's perfect.
Yes.
Have you ever used a sleep mask?
You know, I don't really have any problem. As a matter of fact, I kind of need stuff. Like I sleep with the TV on.
Oh,
I got friends in the background.
I got you.
You know, so I don't really need a sleep mask. I got to be like ready to honk out. I'm getting on a plane in a couple days though. Maybe I'll take it then.
Oh, maybe.
I'll try and sleep the flight away.
I have trouble falling asleep in a sleep mask. The feeling of it.
Is there a claustrophobia thing
It's
going
not
on?
warm. It's like too warm. I think that's what it
You
is.
throw it in the fridge for a little while. You know what you do?
Yeah.
Spray it with a little bit of water.
Yeah.
Just throw it in the freezer.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Yeah. You're right. That would be
Put
nice.
it on your face.
That might be nice.
They've been in front of us for quite some time. They're still throwing.
They are.
They don't have a problem. What we can only assume is, since the Queen only just passed us a couple floats ago, that they're probably toasting the Queen up at Gallery Hall, as is routine and tradition. You caught these beautiful beads that have cork. Wow.
Cork beads.
Wow, look at that.
Observe.
That's delightful.
And then also observe.
My
Very
word.
nice.
They're showing us love right now.
They are.
They're showing us love.
A marvel and a wonder to behold.
A marvel and a wonder.
And look at all those people.
I was gonna say, look at the revelers. We don't show the revelers all the time. So I hope they take their moment.
Earlier, I was talking about how I feel like this is the night where light up throws really make an appearance.
Yes.
Even more so than last night. I feel like this Friday night is when light up throws really hit hard. As you can see, it is indeed happening.
Yes, Doug and I spoke on this, and apparently Coup d'etat helped kind of popularize the light up throw.
Really?
Yeah, when I was a kid, they were pretty rare.
I'd say so.
And now, I mean, it's so fun to see just a streak of blinking lights down the street. Half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. They really like throwing at the camera.
They
We're
do.
learning. At the camera. There's a person behind there. Come on. And here comes Frederick Douglass High. We already know they're not a single solitary note. So let's listen. Maybe not even. Bit of Britney Spears to get us moving. That was Circus.
Love to you. I believe you. I believe that's what I just heard. Take your word for it.
I went to that tour. I won tickets via my phone carrier.
How did you do that?
I had a phone and they said text this number to try and win tickets, and it was like, you did it. You did it with Britney Spears. Wow. Clown taught me how to juggle.
Wow. At the Britney Spears concert?
Yes. It was circus themed.
Oh.
It was the final preview night of the concert. Oh. And so which was here. And so they had a final preview or dress. And so there were some technical snafus. And it started very late. And so in order to satiate us while we waited, they sent the clowns into the area.
Wow.
And it was only about 100 of us.
All right, y'all. Behold, a float approaches. As you can see, This is Morpheus dreams of the good life, and there is the good life perched upon the crest of the float. A cauldron overflowing, as if it was cursed by Baba Yaga herself.
Oh my goodness.
No, not Baba Yaga, Stregonona.
Yes,
Cursed by
all
Stregonona.
those different types of foods.
Yes, look at the coins.
I love a beef Stregonona.
Love
Delicious.
A beef Stregonona.
Delicious.
I'm deceased. Wow, glass beads. Beef Stregonona. I love it.
Oh, the 689 Swampers.
The 689 Swampers. Kyrie's favorite number.
My favorite number. I remembered it and then forgot 3 digits of my phone number. So
Wow.
I think my phone number starts with 689 now.
And you erased our toast conversation as well.
Oops.
The biggest insult of them all. And behold, they are dancing hard. Yes. My gosh. Observe the man with the beard.
Prowess. One word.
Yes. Oh, they're happy. I think that's nice.
Behold. I think that Action Bronson down there?
Behold. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Here he is again, the beard. My goodness.
There is the beard, if
My
ever I'd seen
goodness.
it. Duck calls.
As a bearded person, I'm very jealous.
They use duck calls to start the dancing. Oh, that's too good. All right. We have a pumpkin. I think this is Morpheus Freaky Friday. Behold a pumpkin. Behold him. All right. I love to see it. I haven't seen a pumpkin for months now. And yet here it is. And I'm going to catch something. Mark me. I'll catch something.
Oh, you caught a giant toothbrush. And another cat. So many cats. That was the largest rubber chicken I've ever seen. It was thrown down the stairs.
I'm sad we didn't get that rubber chicken.
And here comes Walter Cohen. Hi.
Walter Cohen, they're not going to play. Let's listen. The bands are banding. Hey, we are blessed.
Nothing greater. How lucky are we?
How lucky are we?
I'm hearing that Warren Easton Vanderrecker said they walked 34.5 miles.
Wow.
Throughout 8 parades. 34.5 miles.
That's wild.
That's fun. That's farther than if you walk from here and then straight across the causeway.
Ooh.
Like from here and then across.
Oh. Oh. No way.
And then some, because the causeway is only 26 miles, and
Right.
it's probably only about 7 or 8 miles from here.
Ooh. Now, why? Behold a lion perched upon the crest of this float, his mane billowing in the uplight.
Not normally a flattering way to light yourself.
Morpheus goes wild, and does he not? Because look at this wild lion, and the trees, and the birds. Yes, Morpheus goes wild. Wow. All these wild animals. Love to see it.
So wild.
Love to see it,
Love
y'all.
to see it. And a little solidarity.
Yay!
Whoa, this is a weird material for a cup. This is the strange material for a cup.
Very odd.
I don't know if I like that.
I don't know.
The streetcar strutters.
The streetcar strutters.
I'm really enjoying this theme. Morpheus, 25 years, so we're lucky enough to get this look with all of the floats at a little bit of their history. So we're seeing themes and titles from previous years, which is an amazing way to celebrate your history.
Yeah,
Take another trip to it.
I caught a giant toothbrush.
You did.
Yeah. Maybe they're trying to tell me something.
Maybe so. Maybe they can tell from here. They saw the lines coming out.
And we have the U.S. Navy. They
on
are
a boat.
On a boat.
How original.
With a shooting cannon.
Yes.
A crow's nest.
This is maybe the third cannon I've seen tonight. They should duke it out. This is a pretty fantastic boat, though. I would love to ride, I think, on this.
Oh, the eagle is aloft.
Oh.
Its wings spread out. A marvelous eagle. Wow. Look at these.
Oh, those are so little. Oh, the Dance Fleur Elite.
Wow.
Now this group is already starting to make their mark. They've got to be a newer crew, right? But I've seen them so much already this season.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Dance Fleur Elite. Let's watch them work. No, they are giving. Wow. Terrific. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that was some hard dancing. All right, y'all. We have a feller with a scene kid haircut.
Here's another double-decker float. This is number 11 and 12. What's the name of it?
Morpheus Dreams of Carnival.
From 2007.
And there is a feller with a Scene Kid haircut. Do you remember in the Smash Hit show?
Scene Kid hair.
It
The
is.
swoop is happening.
Do you remember in the Smash? Have you seen Game of Thrones? Did you watch Game of Thrones?
I've seen minutes of Game of Thrones.
There's one where Dany is in a hallucination. That's Daenerys. And she sees her child. And he's got a Scene Kid haircut. And he's like a baby. It's wild. I can't believe it's real. Moon pie costumes on this float, y'all.
What a beautiful, oh, you missed it, but that was a good snag.
Wow.
What's up?
Bejeweled
Oh, I saved
sleep
your life.
mask.
I
Thank
saved
you.
your life.
Gosh, Kyrie saved my life.
I did. I'm so proud.
Oh, I got hit in the chest with napkins.
South Gwinnett High School. Ooh, the Band of Stars. They're all the way from Snowville, Georgia.
Wow. Kyrie caught earrings. Oh. Let's listen to them play, which they will not do, but let's listen. Well, we have a spaceman. Dream destination.
A Spaceman, much like the 2021 album I released, entitled
Wow, it's
The Spaceman.
true.
Available wherever you stream music.
Oh my gosh, a giant inflatable alien.
Man, we gotta find a way to get it. I know they're probably saving it for a buddy at the end of the route. We have to find a way to get this alien.
We can potentially pretend to be their buddy.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
That's it.
Well, then make me have to yell, "Hey, buddy." They have to know. You have to refer to them as buddy.
I'm gonna say,
so
hey,
they
buddy,
know,
hey, buddy.
hey, oh.
All right, good. That's a solid plan.
I got nothing but
All right,
good ideas.
Y'all with it? Well, I'm gonna say, hey, buddy, hey, buddy. He's gonna think that I'm his friend.
We're gonna do it Dora the Explorer style. So whenever he says it, you guys at home have to say it, just like Dora the Explorer.
In reality, I am his nemesis trying to take his blow-up alien. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! Buddy! No luck.
How did it go?
He didn't
They
think
have,
I was
they have
his
smaller
buddy.
aliens too. I wish he would throw one. Oh, and they waved. Oh, that was a tease. Oh my goodness, a tease.
Brutal tease.
Waved it at us.
Oh, well. So we know the hey buddy technique does not work. That's all right. We have Dorothy High Charter School. So y'all, I don't believe this band will play. Mark you, it will not. Let's listen. magic is real in New Orleans. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Fantastic. That was delightful.
We have proved it to be true.
Time and time again.
Yeah. Behold, a float unlike
maybe the
any you've
brightest
ever seen.
thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yes. Is it a meteor? Is it a meteor?
It looks meteor than a few things.
Morpheus dreams of the classics. And there we have a meteor, the one that destroyed the dinosaurs even. You can tell because there are dinosaurs.
That's pretty classic.
On the sides, you can see the magma flowing beneath the meteor.
Had to get rid of the dinosaurs.
Orange glitter fingers.
They don't pay time.
Bellite. The underneath of the float. And as the float passes, you will notice the astonished faces of all the dinosaurs.
They cannot believe it. It was a surprise to them.
They are in a state of bewilderment.
Wow, look at this dinosaur here.
Wow.
He's big green, big and green.
I got a squeaky dream.
I saw another giant chicken.
Wow. All right, we have a marching crew. The Weedats of Nouvelle-Orléans. We've seen them before, and they are back with their powdered wigs and blue petticoats and ivory corsets. Wow.
They're delightful.
A delightful, sassy little dance move. Yes. Yes. Demure and sassy. Wow. And we have the Cheshire Cat, if ever I've seen him. Friday Night at the Movies, the theme of 2013, float number 16. And behold, the Cheshire Cat.
Looking real sassy.
Does he have a bow on his head? Does the Cheshire Cat have a bow on his head?
I am not familiar with the bow. I think this might be
Maybe the
a creative liberty, which is okay.
And beneath the Cheshire Cat is in some flowers. Some daffodils is what we're looking at, specifically daffodil flowers. And this is an Alice in Wonderland themed float. There's the Red Queen on the side, a magic mushroom behind the cat, a drink me potion, and card soldiers, all of which you will see as this float moves along. There's the White Rabbit.
Probably has somewhere to be.
Most
I always
assuredly.
say he should leave earlier. Like, what are you doing? You leave early enough, you'll never be late, unless you're leaving in New Orleans. And
Wow.
You might still be late.
Yes.
Oh!
Wow. Here we have Mildred Osborne, Charter School, Roar of the East. Let's listen to the band. It's not going to play, but let's listen. as well. Kyrie just tried to catch something and he got a splinter, but we pulled it out.
I almost died. You would not believe this. It was so dramatic.
It was dramatic, but we rescued him from his splintery torment.
Yes, and I'm almost done bleeding, so thank you all.
All right. Well done.
Very exciting.
Kyrie is
all
great.
that for a second Morpheus head.
Yes. The things we do for Mardi Gras throws. We risk life and limb, and we're happy to do it.
Then, you know, it's kind of the carnival way.
Yes. What's the worst you've ever been like hit with something at Mardi Gras? Did you ever have an experience where like?
Oh yeah, I mean the classic is like a bag of pearl beads.
Right to the
During
head.
Endymion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all, listen to this. Open daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., the National World War II Museum features immersive exhibits, multimedia experiences, an expansive collection of artifacts and first-person oral histories, taking visitors inside the story of World War II.
My goodness, did you know that no city brings people together like New Orleans? And New Orleans & Company makes planning your wedding, reunion, or group travel easier than ever. Find everything you need at neworleans.com.
Wow. Everyone behold some not-so-pale horsies. Wow. These are cowboys.
I like when they make the horses do a little dance.
Yo, we are seeing cowboys right now, and you can tell because of the hats.
The hats are a big
That's the giveaway.
giveaway.
Yes. Oh, I think the horse might be losing his mind. No, he's fine. They just playing. All right. Look at these horsies. Can you believe it, Kyrie? I'm allergic to horsies.
Uppy, horsey ride. Are you actually allergic to horses?
I'm allergic to horses.
Wow.
Uppy,
Wow. I think I rode on a pony like once when I was like 9. I don't remember why.
Yes.
But I think I rode on a pony once.
I bet it was great.
I'm sure.
Horsies are very handy because you can take them somewhere and you can fall asleep and they'll still bring you home. Yo, we got this is the U.S. Coast Guard. They have a cannon and they have a real, honest to God, actual helicopter on the back. Mark me, a real helicopter.
Taking some time away from guarding the coast to join in on the revelry.
I caught a rubber ducky for my Jeep.
For your Jeep.
And here we have Academy of Our Lady, Marrero, like a rainbow in Marrero. And they are happy, optimistic, conserving their energy a bit, but that's all right. Because this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And everyone's been walking hard today.
Right. Academy of Our Lady. Go Penguins. Cool mascot, penguins.
Yeah, it is.
An underrated bird.
Did you know penguins, as we know them today, are only named penguins because there was another bird that we called penguins, but we ate them into extinction.
And we're like, you guys are penguins now.
And then we saw these other birds that looked like penguins, and we said, yeah, you're penguins now.
Wow.
Yes. Morpheus takes a gamble.
Yes, at the front you see. Now, see, I thought that was Spock, but maybe it's Caesar.
Behold Spock, his bronze bust, his green laurels, and behold, flowers made of playing cards. And this is a gambling-themed set of floats. There's 2 of them. Kyrie, we talked about gambling, didn't we?
I'm sure we have before, yes.
I'm sure of it.
Yes, we did. You did. We did.
We did. We had big discussions.
So many discussions.
You had to be
So
there.
so if you had to gamble with a type of toast, what type of toast would you gamble with? This is a real question. I'm reading it from a little card. Oh, ow. Little purple ball hit me in the square in the tum-tum. Okay, I think they really like Alex.
They was trying to get me.
I thought he was looking at me.
I thought so too.
I don't even know what that was. Just made it rain, lots of different things. Fantastic.
Wow. Socks.
We've got Kip East
I got
passing
socks.
through.
Gorgeous socks.
You've caught more socks than I think anyone on earth.
I think so. All right, we've got Kip. And you know what? They will not play their tootie horns here. But let's listen and find out.
Now that was the song Beautiful Girl by Sean Kingston, which famously contained a sample of Stand By Me by Benny King.
Now that is nothing but the truth.
That is the
and I love to hear it. Behold, we have a float. Childhood dreams.
This is from 2005.
We have Little Nemo. No, it's not. It's Harold and his crayon. I thought it was Little Nemo. Do you ever play that video game or see that movie, Little Nemo's Dream Adventure?
No.
Well, you
Little
missed
Nemo.
out.
What is that from?
Little Nemo.
I don't have to miss out on anything.
No, you shouldn't because it's really good. It was on Nintendo, the video game. But
Oh,
there's
I
Harold
probably own it somewhere.
and his purple crayon.
Yes. Doesn't look a lot like Zachary Levi, but that's okay.
It does. That's a fact. White flowers, white stars, orange skies. Mark me, I'll catch something. There was a t-shirt, but I dropped it. All right, let's listen to this band not play.
This is Kip Atlanta Collegiate. Sounds of Royalty, straight out of Atlanta, Georgia. Second band I've seen tonight from Atlanta. didn't realize where my expertise lies. That was another, let's say, a marching band staple. That was Cold Hearted Sting by Paula Abdul.
All right, Kyrie, really, really good. Y'all, we have a float with a hurricane perched upon its crest. Morpheus cruises the streets of New Orleans.
How kooky, it's doing that again right now.
And
Crazy.
there is a hurricane, I know it. I'd know it anywhere. And there is green flowers, there is pink flowers, and there is pink background. I don't know if you've all have ever had a real hurricane drink, not one that you make with a mix, but an actual hurricane drink involves 3 different kinds of rum, a few different kinds of juices, and it'll set you up for an appropriate evening. Genuinely, it's a delicious drink. In the comments, y'all, let me know if you've ever had an actual hurricane, not one from like Pat O'Brien's now, a real one. If you haven't, mark me, you should. And now mark me, I'm gonna catch something. Watch this. I caught something from the mystic group of Femme Fatale.
Oh!
We have Kip Morial here. Kip Morial, the band will not play. Let's listen close.
And as if by magic,
As if by magic
they played a
itself.
little ditty.
Even though I swore they would not. I tell you, magic exists in New Orleans. The veil is thin between this world and the other world. All right, another float approacheth. The crowd has thinned out a little bit, y'all. I think that people are starting to wind down themselves, but not us.
Yes, and I think what happened is, we've actually this is a pretty generous night.
Yes.
So I think a lot of friends are leaving with a lot of things, and it's also 8 minutes to midnight here in the Central Time Zone where New Orleans is located.
bit
so that's probably part of it as well. Ooh, this next one is Morpheus Dreams of Aquatic Adventures. And we see a giant
Behold!
walrus,
A
I believe.
walrus, yes.
Yeah.
Well done, Kyrie.
Cuckoo Kachu.
Yes. Look at those tusks. Wiggle in the wind. The walrus has exploded out of the waves, much like Ariel and the Little Mermaid, perched upon a stone in the middle of the sea. And I too shall perch myself up and catch something. Mark me. I'll perch myself up and catch something. Yo, we caught blue crabs.
I was not sure what this was. Yes, and it's massive and heavier than a real
really
blue
heavy.
crab.
Wow. It's heavier than a real blue
I don't
crab.
even know what to do with this. It's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, the blue crab.
Yeah, we're gonna bread it up, fry it hard, maybe with a bit of a tartare sauce.
Mitchell High School approacheth. And I don't know if they have a band. They have a small band. We have a little band in the back, y'all. And so, a small but mighty band that will not play. Mark! They shan't. Let's listen. We have now, believe it or not, this is a third float from Morpheus Dreams of Aquatic Adventures, and this time they have a hippopotamus aloft. Did you know that there was a time that New Orleans was considering importing hippopotamuses for our swamps?
I don't even believe that.
So they could eat the water hyacinth. But we settled on the nutria instead. We imported nutria from South America.
And now we hate that.
And now we hate them. And for whatever reason, here they don't eat the water hyacinth that clogs things up. Here we have Kip Central City Academy. But you can look it up. They almost imported hippopotamuses. That would have been something wild. Let's listen to them not play.
My little watch has told me that band was loud. My watch said, be careful with your ears. That's a loud band.
Dude,
big sound.
That band was loud. They
sound.
did phenomenal. That thing was happening where the drums were so loud I could feel it in my chest.
Now I just want to remind you that we are approaching midnight.
We are approaching midnight,
So
y'all.
the crowd surrounding us has mostly now consists of adults.
Yes.
And they're having a blast.
They are.
We're tossing them crabs. Never mind.
These poor cars are. Yo, we have Nola Heat. Nola Heat doth approach. And the last time I saw them, they were giving it their all, really dancing hard. And I can tell from this distance that they are continuing on with that trend. Dancing hard. Great costumes.
Let's watch some moves.
Let's watch them move. Look at them go. Look at these costumes. The bedazzlements. The shoes. Wow. There's nothing else to say but wow. They are strutting. All right. Yes. It's all in the hands.
Nola Heat. You won't believe this. You won't believe this. We have come to, with one float remaining, the end of Morpheus.
This is the last float of Morpheus. It's called Morpheus Treasure.
And there's a giant, what's that, a Moai statue?
Behold, one of the buried statues on the island of something.
Looks like long time
Moai
Saint
statue.
Michael Thomas.
And they just recently figured out how they got those statues where they are. They sort of wiggle them back and forth and make them walk. I'm going to catch something. Mark me.
I heard
I'm
a
gonna catch
rumor there
something.
was a whole dude under there. We only see his head.
I got a chocolate moon pie, and then I got hit on the head with something.
I've got my second pair of gloves.
Ooh, nice
of
gloves.
the evening.
Yo, and those are the gloves where you can touch phones with.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
My goodness.
All
My
right.
goodness.
We did great.
I don't know where to begin.
Show the crabs.
I don't know what. I don't know what. It doesn't do justice how heavy this is.
Yes.
This is like 2 pounds. I don't understand.
It may be filled with actual crab.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier there was a cup with a weird
the weird texture.
I mean, it's a cup. I'm gonna drink out of it. Lots of moon pies.
Moon
Lots
pie,
of
moon pies.
Moon pies.
And then again, this mask must not be forgotten.
And then this beautiful sleep mask right
Wow.
here. Say what? Yeah, they were generous.
We did very well.
They were very excited to see us.
Shirts.
They were excited to see all the revelers. You know, you got some people that are starting to leave quickly, but some people that are pretty comfortable right now. They're hanging out behind us. They're
Yeah.
chilling.
I think people are going to be partying all night. After all, the next parade doesn't start till like 4.
That's not true.
What?
It's like 11.
Oh, is that right? No.
Tomorrow morning is Iris and Tugs.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Endymion.
Yes.
So, I reckon there's a lot of people here who are like, you know what, we're going to be out all night because we don't have to get up till way later to see Endymion. So
That's fair.
let them have it. Let them eat cake. Let them have party.
Let them eat party.
Y'all have, thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for joining us. NOLA.com. What are we called? Mardi Gras for all y'all.
That's it. It's
That's
actually
it.
on the screen.
There it is. I see it now. Brought to you by New Orleans & Company. We are live at the LCMC stage. Thank you guys for joining us, and join us again tomorrow for Endymion coverage and Iris and Tux. Iris starts at 11 a.m.
11.
So tune in. You don't want to miss it. And then Endymion starts at 4, I believe.
Yes.
Tune in. You don't want to miss it. We have a full day of parades.
I want to say thank you for allowing me to come into your home. I don't know, your tub.
Yes.
Wherever you're watching.
Wherever you might be.
This was my last night of parade cam coverage.
It was also my last night of parade cam coverage. Thank you, guys. This was a joy.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be back. Soon you'll see. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Y'all have a good night. Be safe.
Be safe, y'all. Cheers. Have a great night.